He didn't look like a killer. He smiled softly, dressed neatly, and drove the same California highways as everyone else. But behind the calm eyes of Patrick Wayne Kearney hid a secret so dark, even seasoned detectives struggled to believe it. He wasn't driven by rage or impulse. He was driven by precision. While others sought fame or chaos, he sought silence, clean, calculated, and absolute. And for years, he moved unnoticed, turning his everyday life into one of the most chilling stories of hidden horror in American history. This is not the story of madness. It's the story of control, of how a quiet man became the ghost that haunted the highways of the 1970s. The story of the trash bag killer. If you'd like more stories like this to appear on your page, please comment where you are watching from, and subscribe. There are 15 chapters in this series, each with one picture looping gently. Just close your eyes, relax, and let's dive into the story together. Now let's begin. Chapter 1: The Early Shadows, Childhood and Formative Years of Patrick Kearney. Patrick Wayne Kearney was born on December 24, 1939, in New York City, though his early years would take him far from the bustling streets of the metropolis. To the casual observer, he might have appeared as an ordinary child, born into a world that was recovering from the tremors of war and entering a period of American optimism. But beneath the surface, subtle currents of alienation and introspection were beginning to take root, currents that would one day manifest in a way so horrifying that the world would remember his name for decades. Understanding the foundation of Kearney's psyche requires a patient journey into the environment that shaped him, the family dynamics that influenced him, and the early experiences that nudged him toward a path of darkness. Patrick's early childhood was marked by a sense of quiet isolation. Unlike many children of his age, he was introspective, observing more than participating, listening more than speaking. His parents, like many in the post-depression era, were occupied with practical survival and stability, often leaving emotional needs unmet. This absence of attentive nurturing created a psychological vacuum, a space where young Patrick could begin to retreat into himself. While some children seek attention to compensate for emotional neglect, Patrick's response was a more inward-focused retreat. He became comfortable in solitude, a trait that would later facilitate the secretive and methodical nature of his crimes. School presented both opportunity and challenge for Patrick. In the early grades, he demonstrated intelligence and a capacity for understanding complex ideas, but social interactions remained awkward. He struggled to form deep connections with his peers, often observing interactions from the periphery rather than engaging. Teachers noted his quiet demeanor, sometimes misinterpreting it as shyness, other times as defiance. Yet, beneath these ordinary observations, there were the seeds of a more sinister curiosity, a fascination with death and the fragility of life. From a young age, he exhibited a curiosity about human anatomy, often dissecting the natural world around him, from insects to small animals, exploring what lay beneath the surface. These early behaviors, seemingly benign in isolation, were early indicators of the clinical detachment he would later exhibit in his crimes. The 1940s and early 1950s were a time of strict societal norms, and deviations from those norms often went unrecognized unless they produced immediate conflict. Patrick's behavior in family and community settings was largely unremarkable on the surface. He performed his chores, attended school, and navigated social expectations, but his inner world remained largely uncharted by those around him. It is said that he preferred to spend hours alone, walking through streets or exploring quiet corners, observing human behavior in a detached manner. This observational tendency was not purely social, it was analytical. He cataloged behaviors, expressions, and vulnerabilities, an early practice in understanding people not as fellow humans but as subjects to study and perhaps to exploit. Family dynamics also played a crucial role. Though information about his parents is limited, patterns emerge in accounts suggesting emotional distance and limited guidance in understanding moral boundaries. Patrick's ability to compartmentalize feelings, to separate empathy from curiosity, was likely reinforced by these early interactions. Emotional coldness, when paired with intelligence and curiosity, can form a fertile ground for deviant behavior. Over time, these personality traits, observation, analytical detachment, and preference for solitude, would converge with darker impulses, laying the groundwork for his later crimes. Patrick's adolescence coincided with the 1950s, a decade often remembered for post-war prosperity, but also for rigid social expectations. As a teenager, he struggled with feelings of sexual confusion and identity. He discovered an early attraction to young males, a reality that was fraught with danger and shame in a society intolerant of homosexuality. The combination of sexual repression, personal isolation, and emerging dark curiosities created a complex psychological landscape. In private, he began exploring these feelings, often through fantasy, occasionally experimenting in ways that mirrored the themes he would later act out in reality. Another subtle yet impactful aspect of Patrick's formative years was his fascination with violence as a form of control. While there is no evidence of aggression toward peers in school, he demonstrated a fascination with stories of crime, murder, and deviance, often reading accounts of notorious killers and imagining scenarios in which he exerted total control over others. These mental exercises were not mere storytelling. They were practice in understanding the mechanics of power and vulnerability. The combination of intelligence, observation, sexual curiosity, and emotional detachment would, over time, coalesce into a dangerous blueprint for future actions. Patrick's early relationships with family members were functional but emotionally sparse. Affection was rare, discipline was strict yet inconsistent, and praise was almost non-existent. These conditions reinforced his retreat into fantasy, where he could enact control and curiosity without consequence. In many ways, Kearney's early years mirrored those of other serial offenders. A mixture of intelligence, early social isolation, emotional neglect, and a growing fascination with human anatomy and mortality. Yet, what set him apart was the precision and patience he would later bring to his crimes. Unlike some killers who act impulsively, Kearney's formative experiences cultivated an approach that was methodical, careful, and chillingly calculated. Even in these early years, there were hints of duality. The outwardly quiet, obedient child versus the inner world of calculation and curiosity. Patrick learned early that the external world demanded conformity, while his inner world could harbor any thought, desire, or plan. This duality became a defining characteristic, one that would enable him to blend into society even as he plotted acts of unspeakable violence. As the 1960s approached and Patrick entered adulthood, these formative experiences, emotional detachment, analytical observation, sexual confusion, and fascination with death would crystallize. The early shadows of childhood, the patterns of isolation and secrecy, were not merely memories but blueprints for action. By understanding these years, one gains critical insight into the psychological machinery that would later drive the trash bag killer's methodical and chilling crimes. It was here, in the quiet streets, the lonely rooms, and the private fantasies of a young boy, that the story of one of California's most notorious killers truly began. As Patrick moved through his late teenage years, the early patterns of his personality began to manifest more concretely. The same analytical curiosity, the same fascination with the fragility of life, and the same inward retreat into solitude began to shape the choices he made, the friends he sought, and the places he frequented. Adolescence can be a turbulent period for anyone, yet for Patrick, it became a laboratory, a controlled environment in which he could observe, test, and refine his inner impulses without interference. His relationships with peers remained superficial. He could engage socially when needed, but he rarely formed deep, lasting connections. There was always an element of detachment, a separation between what he felt and what he displayed, a subtle performance in which he played the role expected by society while quietly harboring a private inner world. Sexual awakening, particularly his attraction to young males, became a key element of this inner world. In the mid-1950s, homosexuality was socially condemned, criminalized in many states, and stigmatized within families and communities. For Patrick, this reality intensified secrecy and fostered a growing reliance on fantasy as a means of exploration and control. The secrecy required to navigate his desires and impulses further strengthened his ability to compartmentalize, to isolate thoughts and feelings in ways that the outside world would never perceive. Within this compartmentalized inner world, he began imagining scenarios that blended sexuality, control, and violence, a combination that would later define the signature of his crimes. Patrick's fascination with death and anatomy continued to develop, extending beyond the small-scale dissections of childhood into a deeper interest in the mechanics of life and mortality. Books, articles, and eventually newspapers became sources of education. He read about murderers, accidents, and unexplained deaths, not merely for curiosity but as research, analyzing methods, timelines, and responses of both victims and investigators. Unlike many who might be horrified or repelled, Patrick approached these narratives clinically, extracting information that could be applied to hypothetical scenarios. The act of observing, analyzing, and imagining became a form of mental rehearsal, a pattern that would eventually translate into the meticulous planning of real-world crimes. Family influence remained subtle but significant. The emotional distance of his parents, coupled with their emphasis on practical matters, left Patrick without the moral or emotional framework that might have constrained his darker impulses. Sibling relationships, if present, were not prominently recorded, suggesting a lack of close, formative bonds in the home environment. Without strong emotional anchors, Patrick's inner world became a space where he could safely explore fantasies and impulses without fear of judgment or consequence. Over time, this private world became increasingly sophisticated, incorporating elements of manipulation, seduction, and control skills he would later use to lure victims. High school and early adult experiences offered opportunities to refine social facades. Patrick learned to present himself as normal, polite, and even charming when necessary. This outward normalcy would later be a key factor in his ability to evade detection. He could interact with neighbors, co-workers, and casual acquaintances without revealing the depths of his hidden life. Simultaneously, he learned to avoid situations that might trigger exposure, gravitating toward environments that offered both opportunity and privacy. These adaptive strategies were honed over years of observation and experimentation, the product of a mind that valued control and discretion above all else. Patrick also displayed early signs of risk management, an ability to weigh potential outcomes and adjust behavior accordingly. This skill, combined with his intelligence and patience, set him apart from more impulsive offenders. While many adolescent males engage in petty transgressions without consideration of consequence, Patrick approached social boundaries with a calculated precision, testing limits without overstepping in ways that would attract attention. In effect, he was practicing the same skills he would later employ in selecting, luring, and disposing of victims, a chilling parallel between youthful experimentation and the methodical violence of adulthood. As the 1960s dawned, Patrick Kearney moved into adulthood with a mixture of normalcy and secrecy, a duality that defined much of his life. He sought employment, formed superficial friendships, and engaged in social activities expected of a young man, all while maintaining a private inner world governed by dark curiosity, sexual desire, and emerging homicidal fantasies. The tension between outward conformity and inner deviance created a psychological environment in which planning, observation, and control became paramount. This period can be viewed as the incubation phase of the mind that would later manifest in California during the 1970s, leaving a trail of victims and a legacy of horror. Understanding Patrick's formative years is essential not merely for historical context, but for insight into the psychological underpinnings of a serial killer. His early experiences demonstrate how intelligence, isolation, emotional neglect, sexual confusion, and a fascination with death can intersect to produce a deeply disturbed yet methodical mind. While many individuals experience one or more of these conditions without developing violent tendencies, Patrick's combination of traits, coupled with a capacity for detachment and calculation, formed a unique profile. These early shadows, the quiet streets, solitary explorations, and secret fantasies, were not incidental but integral to the trajectory of his life. By the time Patrick approached the end of his teenage years, he had cultivated a remarkable self-discipline and a careful observation of human behavior. He understood how people reacted under stress, how they could be influenced, and how vulnerabilities could be exploited. The interplay between his inner world and the external environment became increasingly sophisticated, laying the groundwork for the specific methods, behaviors, and patterns that would later characterize his criminal acts. In this sense, the narrative of Patrick Kearney is not simply one of crime but of a mind systematically constructing the architecture of predation over decades, starting in the quiet, lonely, and formative years of childhood. Even as Patrick stepped into adulthood, the lessons of his early life, the importance of secrecy, patience, observation, and control remained central. These traits would not merely accompany him. They would define his actions, enabling him to evade suspicion, manipulate victims, and leave behind a chilling signature that would later earn him the moniker, the trash bag killer. The early shadows of Patrick Kearney's life illuminate not only the origins of a serial killer but the complex interplay of environment, psychology, and emerging deviance that would unfold over the next 3 decades, culminating in one of the most notorious crime sprees in California history. Chapter 2: Hidden in Plain Sight. Adolescence and the First Signs of Darkness. As Patrick Kearney entered adolescence, the subtle currents of his childhood curiosity began to take on more defined shapes, manifesting in ways that were hidden from the casual observer but increasingly significant in understanding his developing psyche. The mid to late 1950s were a period of social conservatism, rigid norms, and limited understanding of deviant behavior, particularly in the realm of sexuality and psychological development. For a young man like Patrick, whose inner world was already marked by isolation, analytical observation, and fascination with mortality, these social constraints reinforced secrecy and introspection, while simultaneously providing fertile ground for the early formation of his dark tendencies. Patrick's adolescence was characterized by a pronounced duality. On one hand, he could navigate social settings with a practiced normalcy, appearing polite, obedient, and even engaging when circumstances demanded. On the other, he maintained a private inner universe, populated by fantasies, compulsions, and a growing curiosity about human vulnerability. This duality would become a defining feature of his adult life, the ability to blend in seamlessly while simultaneously cultivating a hidden persona capable of great cruelty. It was the duality that would make him both undetectable and deeply dangerous in the years to come. One of the most notable aspects of Patrick's teenage years was his heightened sexual awareness and attraction to young males. In the conservative context of 1950s America, homosexuality was not only socially stigmatized but often criminalized, compelling Patrick to conceal his desires with extreme care. This secrecy reinforced his capacity for compartmentalization, a psychological skill that allowed him to separate outward appearances from hidden impulses, a skill that would later be instrumental in his criminal methodology. His fantasies often blended elements of sexuality, control, and vulnerability, forming a conceptual framework for behaviors that he would later enact in real life. Patrick's intellectual curiosity remained undiminished. He continued to explore human anatomy, mortality, and the consequences of violence in a detached, almost clinical manner. He read about accidents, murders, and criminal cases, not simply out of morbid interest but as a form of research, meticulously analyzing timelines, methods, and the reactions of both victims and law enforcement. Unlike casual fascination, Patrick's attention to detail demonstrated early signs of methodical thinking and strategic planning, traits that would later define his approach to predation. The environments he frequented during adolescence were also significant. Patrick preferred spaces where he could observe without being observed: parks, quiet streets, and the peripheries of social gatherings. These locations offered him both freedom and control. Freedom to indulge his curiosities and control over interactions with the outside world. His observational skills became increasingly refined. He could read expressions, detect vulnerability, and understand subtle social cues. This capacity to observe and analyze without attracting attention was more than a social skill. It was an early form of behavioral reconnaissance, laying the foundation for his ability to select and manipulate victims in later years. While there is limited documentation of outright aggression or antisocial behavior in these years, there were hints of emerging darkness. Patrick's fascination with the human body, combined with his sexual curiosity and capacity for detachment, created an internal rehearsal space in which fantasies of control and dominance could take shape. These were not idle daydreams but carefully constructed scenarios in which he could practice strategies of seduction, coercion, and manipulation. The psychological architecture of a future serial killer was taking shape. Hidden beneath the veneer of a seemingly ordinary teenager, family dynamics continued to influence Patrick's development. The emotional distance of his parents, coupled with a lack of structured moral guidance, allowed him to explore deviant thoughts without internal checks or consequences. Relationships within the household, if present, were functional rather than nurturing. This lack of emotional anchoring reinforced his reliance on fantasy and secrecy, enabling him to cultivate inner experiences that were entirely removed from social scrutiny. Over time, these inner experiences would become rehearsals for behaviors that would later be enacted in the real world, demonstrating the deep connection between early environmental factors and subsequent criminal behavior. Patrick also began to demonstrate subtle patterns of deception and social manipulation during these years. He learned how to present himself in ways that aligned with expectations, concealing desires and impulses that could provoke judgment or punishment. This early practice in duplicity was crucial in shaping the personality traits that would later allow him to lure victims, evade suspicion, and maintain a double life over years of criminal activity. He was, in essence, constructing a social mask that would allow him to operate undetected while developing the behaviors and strategies necessary for predation. School continued to offer a stage for the development of these dual aspects of personality. Patrick's performance in academic settings reflected intelligence and curiosity, while his social interactions were carefully managed to avoid detection of his inner life. He observed peers with a clinical eye, noting vulnerabilities, social hierarchies, and patterns of behavior that would later inform his understanding of human psychology. This early study of people was not merely idle observation. It was preparatory work for a life in which understanding human behavior, vulnerability, and trust would be crucial to his actions. By the end of his adolescence, Patrick had cultivated a remarkable degree of control over both his inner and outer lives. He could navigate society without revealing his darker inclinations, while simultaneously constructing an elaborate inner world in which he practiced control, manipulation, and planning. The combination of emotional detachment, sexual curiosity, intellectual engagement, and behavioral observation created a psychological framework that was both sophisticated and dangerous. These years of hidden cultivation were essential in shaping the man who would later emerge as one of California's most notorious serial killers. Patrick Kearney's adolescence, though outwardly ordinary, was a period of internal refinement. Every solitary walk, every quiet observation, every private fantasy contributed to a growing skill set that was uniquely adapted to predation. By understanding this period, the careful concealment of desire, the analytical observation of others, and the disciplined cultivation of secrecy, one can see the early blueprint of a mind capable of calculated, cold-blooded murder. The shadows of these teenage years were far from harmless. They were the crucible in which the core elements of the trash bag killer's identity were forged, hidden in plain sight while preparing for the horrifying reality that would later unfold across California. As Patrick Kearney transitioned fully into young adulthood, the private world he had cultivated during adolescence began to solidify into patterns of behavior that would later define his criminal activities. The psychological traits that had been developing, detachment, meticulous observation, fascination with mortality, and sexual attraction to young males, now merged with a capacity for planning and manipulation that marked him as a unique and dangerous individual. What is most striking about this period is how seamlessly Patrick blended into society, creating a dual existence in which he was both ordinary and extraordinary, visible yet invisible. In these years, Patrick's understanding of human behavior became increasingly sophisticated. He observed how trust was earned, how vulnerabilities could be identified, and how social norms could be leveraged to his advantage. This was not a casual interest, it was a systematic study. By carefully cataloging human reactions, body language, and psychological responses, Patrick effectively built a mental map of social dynamics. This understanding would later prove critical in luring victims, selecting locations for isolation, and avoiding detection by law enforcement. Unlike impulsive offenders, Patrick's approach was deeply calculated, a product of years of hidden observation and internal rehearsal. Sexual curiosity, particularly his attraction to young males, continued to shape his private explorations. In a society that criminalized and stigmatized homosexuality, Patrick's desires had to be suppressed or hidden, reinforcing his capacity for secrecy. Yet this suppression did not diminish the intensity of his interest. Rather, it intensified the level of planning and fantasy involved. He began to experiment mentally with scenarios that combined sexual expression with control and, eventually, domination over life and death. These fantasies, while alarming in retrospect, were formative exercises in what would later become real-world behaviors. The ability to imagine, strategize, and rehearse without detection became a hallmark of his psychological profile. During this time, Patrick also began engaging more deeply with written accounts of crime and forensic investigation. Newspapers, crime journals, and books detailing murders became both educational tools and a source of psychological stimulation. He studied not only the methods of killers but also the responses of victims and authorities, examining patterns, mistakes, and procedural gaps. This analytical approach was not merely morbid curiosity. It was preparatory work for understanding the mechanics of predation. Patrick was effectively teaching himself the art of evasion, learning how crimes were investigated so he could mentally simulate scenarios that avoided capture. Patrick's social interactions, while outwardly normal, became exercises in observation and manipulation. He practiced charm, politeness, and reliability in social settings, all while observing others in minute detail. These interactions reinforced his ability to present a facade of normalcy, a skill that would later allow him to move through neighborhoods, workplaces, and social environments without arousing suspicion. In essence, he was developing a dual intelligence, one that navigated society and another that scrutinized it for opportunity. This duality would become central to his operational methodology as a serial offender. Family dynamics continued to play a subtle but persistent role. The emotional distance of his parents and the absence of structured moral guidance allowed Patrick's inner fantasies to grow unchecked. Without strong emotional anchors or consistent ethical boundaries, he learned that internal desires could exist without external accountability. This reinforced his comfort with compartmentalization and secrecy, both psychologically and behaviorally. In this environment, his darker impulses were not suppressed but quietly rehearsed and refined, growing in sophistication and confidence with each passing year. By the late 1950s and early 1960s, Patrick was also exploring independence through employment and relocation. These experiences offered both opportunity and privacy, new environments in which he could observe, experiment, and refine behaviors without close familial oversight. Employment, social interaction, and the logistical aspects of independent living became extensions of his internal laboratory. Every job, every social encounter, and every solitary moment provided data for mental modeling, allowing him to calculate, anticipate, and plan with an extraordinary level of precision. It is also in this period that the earliest behavioral signatures of Patrick's later crimes begin to emerge. The fascination with control, the attraction to young males, the meticulous observation, and the imaginative rehearsal of scenarios all converged. These traits, while not yet acted upon in overtly criminal ways, created a psychological foundation upon which his future crimes would be constructed. In other words, the adolescence and early adulthood of Patrick Kearney were less about isolated incidents than about the continuous, incremental refinement of skills and tendencies that would later enable him to become a serial predator. Patrick's story during this time also underscores a critical insight about criminal development: the capacity for duality. He was capable of functioning in social and professional contexts while simultaneously cultivating a private world of experimentation and fantasy. This dual existence allowed him to remain unnoticed, providing both freedom and protection as he developed traits that would later manifest in extreme violence. Understanding this duality is essential to understanding the calculated, patient, and methodical nature of his later crimes, which would earn him the moniker the trash bag killer. By the end of this formative period, Patrick Kearney had become an individual defined by precision, secrecy, and duality. His adolescence and early adult years had forged a mind capable of both ordinary social engagement and extraordinary predation. The lessons learned in observation, planning, and compartmentalization during this hidden phase of life were not temporary. They became the operational principles that would guide his criminal career. The seemingly ordinary young man walking the streets of Southern California in the early 1960s was, in fact, a mind quietly constructing the architecture of one of the most notorious serial killings in the state's history. The shadows of these years, the secret observations, the private fantasies, and the careful rehearsal of social behaviors illuminate the mechanisms by which Patrick Kearney transformed from a quiet, isolated adolescent into a man capable of systematic, controlled, and horrific acts of violence. Understanding these hidden years is essential to understanding the pattern, precision, and psychological depth that would later define his crimes, demonstrating that the origins of even the most chilling criminal acts often lie not in sudden impulses, but in decades of careful internal cultivation. Chapter 3: A Life of Charm and Deception, Early Adult Years and Social Facade. As Patrick Kearney fully stepped into adulthood during the 1960s, the man the world saw and the man who existed within his private mental landscapes were starkly different. Outwardly, Patrick appeared to conform to societal expectations. He held jobs, engaged with neighbors and colleagues, and cultivated a persona that projected normalcy, reliability, and even charm. Yet beneath this carefully maintained exterior, he was quietly building the operational skills, psychological frameworks, and behavioral strategies that would later define his terrifying criminal career. The contrast between appearance and reality became one of Patrick Kearney's most defining characteristics, a duality that allowed him to operate unseen, undetected, and ultimately lethal. Patrick's social life in early adulthood was highly calculated. He understood the power of charm, politeness, and attentiveness in creating trust, and he wielded these traits with precision. This skill in social manipulation was not innate but honed over years of careful observation and internal rehearsal, dating back to his adolescence. Patrick's interactions, though seemingly ordinary, were often exercises in understanding human psychology. He observed reactions, noted vulnerabilities, and cataloged behaviors. Every conversation, smile, or gesture was evaluated and mentally recorded, forming an intricate map of human susceptibility. In essence, Patrick was training himself to read and manipulate, to predict and influence, laying the groundwork for the predatory control he would later exert over his victims. Employment played a key role in Patrick's adult social facade. He moved through a series of jobs, each providing opportunities for interaction without drawing significant scrutiny. At the same time, work environments offered access to spaces, resources, and a level of autonomy that would be crucial for the planning and execution of his crimes. Patrick learned to blend into routine structures, adopting the behaviors expected by supervisors and coworkers, while maintaining a private life entirely removed from public view. This ability to compartmentalize, dividing his life into the socially acceptable and the secretive, became a signature feature of his life as a serial offender. During this period, Patrick's fascination with young males deepened, intersecting with his growing sense of self-discipline and control. He became adept at identifying potential targets, observing them from a distance, and imagining scenarios in which he could exercise influence or dominance. These were mental exercises, but they were far from benign. Each observation, each mental rehearsal, refined his understanding of vulnerability, trust, and the mechanisms by which he could manipulate others. In many ways, Patrick was conducting a long, internal study of predation, laying the psychological and behavioral foundation for actions that would later become horrifyingly real. The 1960s also marked an era of increased mobility and opportunity, particularly in Southern California, where Patrick eventually relocated. This new environment provided anonymity, allowing him to explore social interactions and potential predatory opportunities with less risk of recognition or exposure. The region's sprawling urban and suburban landscapes offered privacy, diverse populations, and multiple venues for social engagement, making it an ideal setting for someone like Patrick to operate unnoticed. The combination of geographic mobility, social charm, and analytical observation allowed him to construct a social facade that effectively concealed his darker impulses while providing access to the real-world practice he had been preparing for over decades. One of the most chilling aspects of Patrick's early adult years was the sophistication of his internal rehearsal. Fantasy for him was not merely escapism. It was a rigorous exercise in strategy, control, and experimentation. He combined sexual desire with calculated power dynamics, testing mental scenarios in which he could exercise total authority over another human being. These internal simulations were detailed, methodical, and psychologically immersive, providing him with a sense of mastery that would later translate into his signature approach to murder. It is difficult to overstate the significance of this mental preparation. Patrick was effectively conducting a multi-year, self-directed study in predatory psychology. Patrick's interactions with peers and acquaintances were also characterized by careful calibration. He was capable of warmth, humor, and engagement when required, yet never allowed relationships to penetrate the boundaries of his inner world. The balance he maintained between outward social competence and private detachment was extraordinary. Those around him often perceived him as polite, reliable, and perhaps even likable, never suspecting the intense and secretive psychological activity that defined his private life. This duality would prove essential in the years to come, allowing him to attract and manipulate victims while avoiding suspicion. During these early adult years, Patrick also refined his understanding of risk and consequence. He recognized that impulsive or poorly planned actions could result in exposure, and he deliberately structured his behavior to minimize such risks. This self-imposed discipline extended to his personal, social, and professional life. Every decision, every interaction, and every movement was filtered through a lens of careful calculation. By the time his criminal activities began to manifest, Patrick had already honed a remarkable ability to anticipate potential outcomes and adapt accordingly, making him significantly more elusive than many other offenders. Family dynamics, though less direct during this period due to independence, continued to influence his psyche. The emotional detachment experienced in childhood and adolescence had instilled a comfort with isolation, self-reliance, and secrecy. These traits now reinforced his ability to maintain a double life, to compartmentalize emotions, and to pursue impulses without moral interference. The combination of independence, environmental opportunity, and psychological conditioning created a highly conducive environment for the emergence of serial predation. Patrick Kearney's early adult years, therefore, represent a critical period in the formation of both his social and predatory identities. On the surface, he appeared as an ordinary young man, navigating work, acquaintances, and societal expectations. Beneath the surface, however, he was meticulously constructing a behavioral and psychological blueprint that would later define his crimes. His charm, adaptability, and analytical skill allowed him to operate undetected, while his fantasies and internal rehearsals prepared him for the eventual transition from thought to action. These years demonstrate that the making of the trash bag killer was not sudden or impulsive. It was the product of decades of observation, planning, and internal cultivation, hidden in plain sight but methodically progressing toward an eventual, horrifying reality. As Patrick Kearney continued through his early adulthood, the duality that had defined him since adolescence, between outward conformity and private darkness, solidified into an operational blueprint. Every interaction, every job, every casual observation in social settings became part of a larger, unspoken experiment in understanding human behavior. While society saw him as polite, reliable, and unremarkable, Patrick was quietly refining the skills that would later allow him to lure victims, manipulate situations, and execute his crimes with meticulous care. This period represents the bridge between latent tendencies and active criminality, a time when his psychological framework matured alongside his social sophistication. Patrick's social charm was central to his facade. He had learned that trust could be won through attentiveness, politeness, and a carefully constructed persona. He knew how to appear approachable, friendly, and reliable, masking the intensity of his inner world. In this way, Patrick operated like a careful chess player, anticipating reactions, gauging responses, and adjusting behavior to maximize influence while minimizing risk. Each social interaction became a laboratory for understanding vulnerability, control, and trust, the very elements that would later become tools of predation. Employment continued to offer both cover and opportunity. Patrick held jobs that required minimal supervision, enabling him to move with autonomy while maintaining the appearance of normalcy. The environments he frequented, offices, workshops, and neighborhoods, also provided observational opportunities. He could study human behavior, note patterns of routine, and identify potential vulnerabilities, all without raising suspicion. These ordinary daily experiences were interwoven with psychological preparation. Patrick treated them as exercises in reconnaissance, quietly building a mental database that would guide his future criminal strategies. Simultaneously, his sexual desires and fascination with young males became increasingly central to his inner life. In a society that was hostile to homosexual expression, Patrick cultivated secrecy and discretion, enhancing his capacity for compartmentalization. These experiences reinforced his ability to separate public conduct from private desire, a skill that would become critical in the execution of his crimes. Fantasies involving control, domination, and sexual attraction were rehearsed mentally in vivid detail. For Patrick, these mental exercises were more than escapism. They were structured simulations of predation, preparing him for the eventual translation of thought into action. Patrick also became more attuned to social patterns and environmental cues. He developed an acute awareness of human behavior under stress, identifying how people responded to authority, isolation, and subtle manipulation. By observing peers, colleagues, and strangers, he honed his understanding of the mechanics of influence and persuasion. This skill, combined with his charm, created a formidable combination. A man capable of presenting as entirely normal while simultaneously assessing, cataloging, and planning exploitation of vulnerabilities. During this period, Patrick's inner world remained intensely private. He formed few intimate relationships and avoided emotional entanglement that could interfere with his plans. Romantic or social involvement was approached with caution, often serving as a surface-level engagement while his deeper attentions remained focused on observation and mental rehearsal. This capacity for emotional detachment allowed Patrick to maintain the duality necessary for a hidden predatory life. He could integrate into society without revealing the underlying darkness that defined his inner experience. The 1960s also brought increased geographic mobility, particularly in California, which provided Patrick with anonymity and opportunity. Urban sprawl, suburban neighborhoods, and transient populations allowed him to move with relative freedom, reducing the risk of recognition while expanding the pool of potential targets. This new environment, combined with his social skills and observational acuity, created optimal conditions for both the continuation of his secretive life and the eventual development of criminal activity. The interplay between mobility, discretion, and opportunity was a critical factor in the emergence of the trash bag killer's modus operandi. Patrick's ability to compartmentalize was further reinforced by repeated successes in hiding his private thoughts, impulses, and behaviors from those around him. Each interaction, each display of social normalcy, strengthened his confidence in his ability to conceal deviance. This pattern of successful concealment allowed him to escalate his fantasies, experiment mentally with scenarios of domination, and refine his understanding of human vulnerability without external constraint. Over time, the mental rehearsals became increasingly complex, incorporating elements of planning, timing, and situational control, foreshadowing the meticulous methods he would later employ. By the close of this period, Patrick Kearney had achieved a frightening mastery over his dual existence. He had become a man who could operate entirely unnoticed in society while privately cultivating a mental blueprint for predation. The intersection of charm, intelligence, social observation, sexual desire, and psychological detachment created a uniquely dangerous individual. Patrick's early adult years were not defined by isolated incidents of deviance but by the careful construction of a psychological and behavioral foundation, laying the groundwork for the crimes that would ultimately earn him the title of the trash bag killer. Understanding this phase of Patrick's life underscores a crucial point. The emergence of a serial killer is rarely sudden. It is a gradual process, shaped by years of psychological development, environmental influence, and self-directed refinement of both social and predatory skills. In Patrick Kearney's case, the combination of charm and deception was inseparable from the darker elements of his psyche. The outwardly ordinary young man walking the streets of Southern California was, in reality, a carefully concealed predator in the making, quietly preparing for the horrifying reality that would soon unfold across the state. The early adult years of Patrick Kearney demonstrate that the roots of serial predation are often deeply embedded in personality, experience, and environment. The cultivation of social charm, the analytical study of human behavior, the reinforcement of secrecy, and the intensification of private fantasies were all critical in the formation of his criminal methodology. These years provide a chilling insight into how intelligence, patience, and duality can converge to create an individual capable of sustained, methodical, and horrifying acts of violence, setting the stage for the infamous series of murders that would later shock California and the nation. Chapter 4: The Descent begins first known murders and patterns. As the 1970s approached, Patrick Kearney's carefully cultivated inner world began to intersect with reality in the most terrifying way. The private fantasies, meticulous observations, and methodical rehearsals of his adolescence and early adulthood were no longer confined to the mind. They were about to manifest in acts of real-world predation. What is particularly chilling about Patrick's descent is the seamless transition from fantasy to action, a process underpinned by patience, calculation, and an uncanny ability to operate hidden in plain sight. The emergence of his first known murders was not a sudden explosion of violence, but a gradual escalation, reflecting the convergence of his psychological, social, and environmental preparation. Patrick's initial offenses reveal the hallmarks of a calculated and disciplined predator. Unlike impulsive killers, he did not act randomly. He selected his victims with precision, often targeting young males who fit a specific physical and social profile. These were individuals who could be approached without arousing suspicion, who were vulnerable due to social circumstances, and whose disappearance could be managed without immediate detection. Patrick's capacity for observation and psychological insight, developed over decades, allowed him to identify and assess these vulnerabilities. Each initial murder was, in effect, a carefully executed test of method, measuring both his ability to control the situation and the response of the environment. One of the most distinctive features of Patrick Kearney's early murders was the emphasis on control and detachment. He approached each act with a clinical precision, maintaining composure while exerting absolute authority over his victims. This was not simply a manifestation of desire or rage. It was an exercise in mastery. Every movement, every decision was deliberate, designed to minimize risk and maximize compliance. His ability to combine charm and coercion allowed him to lure victims with relative ease, exploiting social trust and masking predatory intent behind an unremarkable facade. The duality that had defined his life thus far, ordinary in appearance, extraordinary in hidden capability, was now fully operational in acts of lethal violence. The early patterns of Kearney's crimes also reveal a growing experimentation with methods of disposal. From the outset, he was concerned not only with the act of murder itself, but with the management of evidence and the concealment of bodies. This concern reflects a level of foresight and strategic thinking rare even among serial offenders. Patrick's emerging methods, careful selection of disposal locations, attention to physical evidence, and deliberate use of concealment demonstrated both psychological sophistication and an understanding of law enforcement limitations. Each act served as a learning experience, informing subsequent actions and contributing to the development of his infamous modus operandi. Sexual elements were intricately tied to the murders, reflecting the convergence of desire, control, and fantasy that had been rehearsed for years. Patrick's attraction to young males was not incidental but central to the structure of his crimes. The acts themselves were carefully orchestrated, integrating elements of sexual gratification with psychological domination. However, what distinguishes Patrick from more impulsive offenders is the methodical and emotionally detached nature of these acts. There is little evidence of rage or uncontrolled impulse. Instead, his actions demonstrate the systematic application of previously rehearsed strategies. In this way, each murder functioned as both a culmination of fantasy and a controlled, deliberate exercise in predation. The social and environmental context of Southern California in the 1970s provided both opportunity and cover for Patrick's early offenses. The sprawling urban landscape, transient populations, and limited communication between law enforcement agencies created conditions in which disappearances could go unnoticed for extended periods. Patrick's meticulous attention to detail and his social charm allowed him to exploit these conditions, moving freely and undetected while conducting acts of violence that would have been far more conspicuous in a different environment. His understanding of social systems, combined with his capacity for patience and control, made him a predator uniquely adapted to the circumstances in which he operated. Initial investigations into the disappearances linked to Patrick were sporadic and often inconclusive. At this stage, law enforcement faced multiple challenges. The victims were often young males, some of whom had limited social connections. Reporting structures were inconsistent, and forensic technology was in its infancy. Patrick's ability to select targets carefully and dispose of bodies methodically allowed him to avoid immediate detection. The absence of obvious links between victims, combined with the sophistication of his methods, contributed to a sense of randomness that initially confounded investigators. In effect, Patrick's early crimes were both acts of murder and tests of the investigative systems he had observed and studied for years. One particularly significant aspect of Patrick's early murders is the consistency of psychological traits across incidents. There is a pattern of planning, control, and detachment that transcends the specifics of each victim or scenario. He approached each situation with the same overarching principles: careful selection of victim, strategic luring, maintenance of composure, and methodical disposal. This consistency would later become a critical tool for investigators, allowing them to identify the signature of a single offender even before the full scope of his crimes was understood. The emergence of a pattern was subtle but unmistakable to those studying the behaviors in retrospect. Patrick's descent into active murder represents a frightening alignment of opportunity, preparation, and psychological disposition. The very traits that had allowed him to survive and operate unnoticed in society: charm, intelligence, social observation, patience, and secrecy, became tools of predation. Each early act was a calculated exploration of both control and risk, executed with the cold detachment of someone who had long rehearsed the mechanics of violence. In this way, Patrick's first known murders were not merely criminal acts. They were the operationalization of decades of psychological cultivation, a transition from fantasy to reality that marked the beginning of one of California's most chilling serial killing sprees. By examining the early murders and emerging patterns, one begins to understand the terrifying logic behind Patrick Kearney's actions. These initial offenses are critical to understanding not only the evolution of his methodology but also the underlying psychological principles guiding his behavior. The meticulous attention to detail, the integration of fantasy and action, the careful selection of victims, and the management of risk all demonstrate a level of sophistication that sets Patrick apart from impulsive or opportunistic killers. In these early crimes, the blueprint for the trash bag killer's later infamy was unmistakably evident. A predator who operated hidden in plain sight, whose crimes were a terrifying convergence of desire, control, and calculation. As Patrick Kearney's early murders unfolded through the 1970s, the patterns that would later define his notoriety became increasingly apparent. Each act was meticulously planned and executed, reflecting the culmination of decades of psychological development, observation, and rehearsed fantasy. What is striking about Kearney's methodology is not only the precision of each crime but the psychological consistency that threads through them all. A chilling demonstration of how a carefully constructed dual life can manifest in extreme predation while remaining largely invisible to the outside world. The victims of Patrick Kearney were primarily young males, often teenagers or men in their early 20s. These individuals were chosen with deliberate criteria: physical attractiveness, social vulnerability, and a perceived ability to be manipulated without resistance. Patrick's ability to identify potential targets was a product of years of observational skill, honed since adolescence. He recognized subtle signs of isolation, naivety, or willingness to engage socially, and he used these observations to engineer encounters that would lead to his advantage. The combination of charm, empathy, and subtle coercion allowed him to gain the trust of victims, making his predatory acts appear almost natural, as though the victim themselves had willingly participated. Patrick's first known murders demonstrate a remarkable level of procedural foresight. He was acutely aware of the risk of leaving evidence behind, and he took deliberate measures to minimize it. Early on, he experimented with disposal methods that would allow him to separate the bodies from his living environment while reducing the chances of discovery. This included careful selection of secluded locations, often in rural or semi-remote areas, and the use of physical concealment techniques that would delay detection. Each disposal act was both practical and symbolic, practical in its risk mitigation and symbolic in the exertion of control over the finality of life. The combination of sexual gratification and control was central to the early murders. Patrick's crimes were not impulsive eruptions of desire. They were structured interactions in which sexual desire, psychological domination, and physical control intersected. His actions reflected a high degree of emotional detachment, demonstrating the clinical precision with which he carried out each murder. There is little evidence that anger or spontaneous emotion played a role. Instead, the acts were planned and executed with the cold efficiency of someone who had mentally rehearsed every possible scenario. This detachment was a hallmark of Patrick Kearney's criminal profile, setting him apart from offenders driven by emotion or circumstance. Investigative challenges during this period were significant. The 1970s lacked the forensic sophistication of later decades, and the geographic dispersion of victims complicated law enforcement efforts. Missing person reports were often treated individually, without an understanding of a broader pattern. Patrick exploited this gap, relying on social mobility, anonymity, and careful disposal to avoid detection. His understanding of human behavior extended to anticipating investigative patterns, allowing him to avoid leaving trails that could easily be connected. In essence, he was executing a strategy that combined both behavioral and environmental manipulation. As his murders continued, certain signature behaviors began to emerge. Patrick frequently used trash bags as a method of concealment, a detail that would later earn him the moniker the trash bag killer. The use of trash bags was not merely practical. It reflected a broader psychological pattern of compartmentalization and control. By encasing his victims in plastic, he symbolically extended the control he exerted in life into death, managing not only their bodies but also the narrative of their disappearance. This behavior demonstrated the integration of fantasy, methodical planning, and practical execution, a combination that characterized his entire series of crimes. The early murders also reveal Patrick's experimentation with timing and risk assessment. He understood that certain times and locations provided reduced oversight and greater opportunity for predation. Late evenings, secluded locations, and interactions with socially isolated individuals were deliberately chosen to minimize exposure. Each act provided feedback, a measure of what worked, what could be improved, and how to refine future interactions. In this way, the early murders were both a manifestation of desire and a form of applied learning, enabling him to incrementally improve his methods while remaining largely undetected. Another critical aspect of Patrick's early criminal behavior was the psychological control he exerted over his victims. While physical dominance was important, the manipulation of trust, the feigned friendliness, and the illusion of safety were equally central. Patrick's ability to understand human psychology allowed him to create scenarios in which victims were compliant, confused, or otherwise incapable of resisting effectively. This mastery of manipulation was cultivated over decades of observation, rehearsal, and practice, and it became a defining element of his approach. Unlike impulsive offenders, Patrick was both teacher and executor, simultaneously orchestrating the environment and guiding the reactions of those around him. The progression of his crimes also demonstrates a steady increase in confidence and sophistication. Each early murder reinforced his belief in the effectiveness of his methods, his ability to evade detection, and his capacity to control life and death. There was no panic, no erratic escalation. Instead, there was methodical refinement. The murders of this period, while horrifying, were also exercises in procedural mastery, each one a continuation of the deliberate cultivation of skills that had been developing since adolescence. By the end of this period, Patrick Kearney had firmly established himself as a predator operating hidden in plain sight. His early murders illustrate the terrifying potential of a mind honed over decades, capable of blending into society, exploiting vulnerabilities, exercising control with precision, and evading detection while enacting acts of unimaginable violence. Understanding these initial killings is crucial to understanding not only Patrick's methodology but also the psychological architecture that allowed him to become one of California's most notorious serial killers. They represent the transition from private fantasy to real-world horror, a carefully constructed descent into a criminal career that would leave a trail of victims and a legacy of terror. Chapter 5: The Web of Control, Gestapo Oversight and the Role of Female Guards. When one studies the structure of Moringen, it becomes clear that the camp was more than just a physical prison. It was a living organism of control, with every heartbeat dictated by the Gestapo. The women confined within were its lifeblood, forced to flow through a network of surveillance and obedience that reached into every corner of their existence. Nothing in Moringen happened by accident. Every order, every inspection, every punishment came from a bureaucratic mind that believed domination could be perfected through paperwork. The camp's foundation rested upon the absolute authority of the Gestapo, the secret state police who viewed political dissent not merely as disobedience, but as disease. For them, Moringen was both laboratory and warning. It was where they could test the limits of coercion, refine their methods, and show others what happened to those who questioned the Reich. The Gestapo agents who oversaw the camp rarely appeared in the daily routine of the prisoners. Their offices were outside the walls, clean and orderly, their uniforms uncreased. But their presence was everywhere. Every guard, every warden, every administrative decision operated under their invisible hand. Orders from the Gestapo were not just commands, they were instruments of psychological warfare. They instructed that the prisoners be referred to not by name, but by number. This small act of depersonalization served a larger goal: to erase identity. It was the first step in transforming human beings into units of discipline. The Gestapo believed that control was most effective when people no longer thought of themselves as individuals, but as parts of a mechanism. Within that system, compassion was a malfunction. Every morning, reports were compiled for the Gestapo district headquarters in Hanover. These documents listed the number of prisoners, their supposed offenses, the punishments administered, and even the degree of obedience observed. It was bureaucracy turned into cruelty. The Gestapo valued precision, and in that precision lay their power. The more they measured, the less human their subjects became. A woman's suffering could be reduced to a line of text, filed neatly in a cabinet. Inside the camp, the enforcement of these rules fell largely to female guards, known as Aufseherin. They were the visible face of authority for the women prisoners, a mixture of obedience, fear, and, in some cases, zeal. The Nazi regime deliberately selected women from lower or middle-class backgrounds for these positions, offering them stability, wages, and a sense of belonging to something greater. For many, it was their first taste of power. They were trained not in compassion, but in hierarchy, learning to treat the prisoners not as fellow women but as enemies of the state. Yet among them existed complex shades of behavior. Some were cruel, driven by ideology or by a desire to please their superiors. They barked orders, slapped prisoners for hesitating, and reported the smallest infraction. Others were indifferent, mechanically following procedures without thought. A rare few, perhaps haunted by glimpses of conscience, showed fleeting moments of mercy. One survivor later remembered how a young guard once slipped her a piece of bread during a fever. The gesture was small, almost nothing, but it became a symbol of humanity piercing through a wall of indoctrination. Training for these guards took place under the supervision of the Reich Security Main Office, which ensured that the ideological education was as thorough as the practical. They were taught to see political prisoners as corruptors of the national spirit, as people who endangered the unity of the German Volk. The language was intentionally dehumanizing. Every command, every shouted order, reinforced the idea that empathy was weakness and obedience was strength. For the Gestapo, loyalty was not earned. It was manufactured. One of the most sinister aspects of Meringen's administration was how well it hid behind procedure. The Gestapo's control was bureaucratic rather than openly violent, at least at first. They preferred order to chaos, documentation to bloodshed, so long as the results were the same. They maintained exhaustive records of disciplinary efficiency, psychological improvement, and re-education success. It was through these euphemisms that the machinery of terror disguised itself as rational governance. The guards' daily routines mirrored those of the prisoners, though their power made them part of an entirely different world. They rose before dawn, received orders from their supervisors, and conducted roll calls under the watchful eyes of male Gestapo officers. Their tasks included inspecting work details, monitoring correspondence, and ensuring moral conduct. What this meant in practice was that every glance, every whispered word between prisoners could be deemed suspicious. Even friendship was an act of rebellion. The Gestapo had long understood that true control extended beyond physical barriers. It depended on infiltration, turning prisoners against one another. Informants were planted within the camp, often coerced into spying in exchange for better treatment. The guards fed on this system, using it to maintain order through paranoia. A careless remark could find its way to a Gestapo file within days. Some women trusted no one. Others chose to trust anyway, knowing the risk but refusing to live entirely in fear. Moringen became a kind of social experiment for the Gestapo. It was one of the first camps where they applied the theory of preventive detention, meaning that people could be imprisoned not for what they had done, but for who they were believed to be or what they might do in the future. It was punishment for potential. In that twisted logic, freedom became something that had to be proven, and suspicion became enough to justify imprisonment. The line between guilt and innocence vanished, replaced by the convenience of authority. Documents from the period show that Gestapo officers made periodic visits to inspect discipline. These visits were announced suddenly, throwing the camp into frantic motion. The guards polished boots and uniforms, the prisoners scrubbed the floors, and everything had to appear orderly. The Gestapo's boots on gravel signaled more than just inspection. They reminded everyone that the entire system rested on fear. If anything seemed out of place, punishments followed. If order seemed perfect, the Gestapo congratulated themselves on the success of their methods. Either outcome served the same purpose. Control reaffirmed. But beneath that facade of efficiency, cracks began to show. Even among the guards, there were whispers of unease. Some realized that their duties no longer matched the moral mission the Reich had promised them. They had become participants in quiet atrocities, witnesses to suffering that could not be fully hidden by official reports. A few transferred out voluntarily, requesting postings elsewhere. Others doubled down, clinging to ideology to drown out conscience. It was easier to believe in the system than to face what it had turned them into. Meanwhile, the Gestapo's reach extended beyond Moringen's fences. They controlled communication with families, censored letters, and approved or denied visits. They even dictated how prisoners could speak during inspections, forbidding emotional outbursts or gestures of familiarity. Every word was monitored, every silence interpreted. For the Gestapo, language itself became a weapon, capable of branding someone as subversive or compliant. And so, the web of control stretched in every direction, visible and invisible, bureaucratic and personal. It was a world in which order was more terrifying than chaos, because it was deliberate. The Gestapo didn't need to raise their voices. They only needed to sign documents. As Patrick Kearney's crimes advanced through the mid to late 1970s, the methodology he had been refining over decades solidified into a chillingly consistent signature. By this time, the trash bag killer had fully emerged. A predator who combined charm, intelligence, meticulous planning, and cold detachment into a criminal identity that allowed him to operate hidden in plain sight. This phase of his career represents the convergence of fantasy and reality, planning and execution, and highlights how a mind long trained in observation and psychological manipulation can transition into a dangerous operational reality. One of the most striking aspects of Patrick's escalated methodology was the degree of precision in victim selection. He became increasingly selective, focusing on individuals whose behaviors, vulnerabilities, and social contexts made them optimal targets. The criteria were multifaceted: youthfulness, physical appearance, a lack of immediate social oversight, and situations in which trust could be gained easily. Patrick's capacity to evaluate these factors in real time reflects decades of observation and rehearsal. This selectivity minimized risk while maximizing his ability to exercise control, demonstrating the calculated nature of his predatory approach. Patrick's social charm, cultivated since adolescence, was now fully weaponized in his interactions with potential victims. He understood the nuances of approach, body language, and verbal communication, and used these skills to create an illusion of safety and normalcy. Whether engaging as a casual acquaintance, a friendly passerby, or someone offering assistance, he maintained a carefully constructed persona. This skill allowed him to draw victims into isolated locations without arousing suspicion, a process that required both patience and an acute understanding of human psychology. The ability to manipulate social perception became a defining component of his operational method. The use of trash bags as a disposal method became more deliberate and symbolic during this phase. Beyond practicality, the bags represented a physical extension of Patrick's psychological control. They allowed him to manage the bodies efficiently, reducing evidence while symbolically asserting dominance over life and death. He experimented with placement, tying methods, and the orientation of the bodies to maintain maximum control. The ritualization of this aspect of disposal, combined with his consistent selection of secluded locations, created a recognizable signature that law enforcement would later identify. Even as he continued to evade capture, Patrick's escalation was also marked by refinements in timing and risk management. He learned to exploit periods of reduced oversight, selecting moments when potential witnesses were minimal and intervention unlikely. Locations were chosen strategically, balancing privacy with accessibility to ensure smooth execution. This tactical consideration extended to the entire process. Luring, controlling, killing, and disposing. Each step was evaluated and optimized based on prior experience, reflecting a methodical, almost scientific approach to serial predation. In this sense, Patrick's crimes were not only expressions of desire but also exercises in operational efficiency. Psychologically, this phase of Patrick's criminality highlights the convergence of detachment, desire, and control. Sexual gratification was intertwined with domination, but emotion was rigorously compartmentalized. Unlike impulsive killers driven by rage or chaotic desire, Patrick executed his crimes with precision and calm. Each murder represented the fulfillment of long-rehearsed fantasies, translated from the private recesses of the mind into physical reality. The psychological consistency across his murders indicates a sophisticated understanding of both human behavior and personal impulse management, a combination that made him exceptionally difficult to detect. Law enforcement at this time faced significant obstacles in connecting the emerging pattern. The transient nature of the victims, dispersed geographic locations, and sporadic reporting contributed to initial confusion. Patrick's meticulous concealment methods and careful victim selection further obfuscated connections between cases. While some disappearances triggered local investigations, there was no overarching awareness that a single individual was responsible. Patrick's operational success during this period underscores the terrifying effectiveness of a methodical predator who had spent years developing the skills to exploit systemic gaps. Another chilling element of this phase was the psychological control Patrick exerted over his victims. Beyond physical dominance, he manipulated trust and compliance, creating situations in which victims were psychologically predisposed to follow his lead. The combination of charm, strategic conversation, and subtle coercion ensured minimal resistance. This mastery of influence, developed over years of observation, practice, and rehearsal, was as critical to his methodology as any practical measure of concealment or execution. In essence, Patrick's crimes were orchestrated performances in which both the environment and the victim's reactions were carefully controlled. Escalation during this period also included the refinement of behavioral signatures, including consistent disposal methods, choice of victim profile, and geographic patterning. These elements became critical to investigators later in connecting cases and identifying a serial offender. Yet during the mid-1970s, Patrick's awareness of law enforcement procedures and his meticulous approach to risk meant that these patterns remained hidden, visible only to those who would later analyze them in hindsight. The combination of consistency, precision, and concealment established a methodology that was both highly effective and deeply disturbing. By the late 1970s, Patrick Kearney had fully emerged as the trash bag killer, a predator whose crimes represented the intersection of fantasy, psychological mastery, and meticulous execution. The signature methods that define this period, careful victim selection, charm-based approach, controlled interaction, precise execution, and systematic disposal, illustrate how a carefully cultivated mind can transform private obsession into lethal operational reality. This phase of his criminal life not only escalated in frequency and sophistication but also solidified the patterns that would make him infamous, demonstrating the terrifying potential of patience, observation, and methodical preparation in the creation of one of California's most notorious serial killers. Chapter 6: The Hunt Intensifies Law Enforcement and Media Pressure. By the late 1970s, the pattern of murders attributed to Patrick Kearney had become increasingly difficult for law enforcement to ignore. The emergence of multiple victims, often discovered in similar conditions, wrapped in trash bags, disposed in secluded areas, began to hint at the presence of a single perpetrator. Yet despite the growing body of evidence, the investigation faced significant challenges, reflecting both the limitations of the era's forensic capabilities and the extraordinary sophistication of Kearney's methods. The tension between the predator's meticulous concealment and the rising pressure from authorities and media would define this phase of his criminal career. Patrick Kearney's ability to evade detection during this period was rooted in both his understanding of human behavior and his strategic planning. He had spent decades observing social interactions, learning how trust was established and how individuals responded to subtle cues. These skills were now fully operationalized in his interactions with victims and the surrounding environment. Patrick understood that the appearance of normalcy could be a powerful tool, and he used it to blend into everyday life while simultaneously executing calculated predatory acts. In essence, he was conducting murders under the cloak of ordinariness, a terrifying duality that confounded law enforcement. The role of geography was central to Patrick's ability to operate undetected. Southern California, with its sprawling urban neighborhoods, suburban enclaves, and sparsely populated rural areas, provided the perfect environment for a predator who required both accessibility and privacy. Patrick meticulously selected disposal sites that were remote yet reachable, balancing the need for concealment with practical considerations of transportation and time. These geographic decisions were informed by observation and experience, reflecting a level of situational awareness that allowed him to act with confidence while minimizing the risk of detection. The media played a critical, albeit indirect, role during this period. As disappearances and discoveries of bodies became more frequent, local newspapers and television reports began to highlight a troubling pattern. The sensational nature of the crimes drew public attention, increasing pressure on law enforcement agencies to identify the perpetrator. However, Patrick's careful planning and avoidance of high-risk behaviors meant that, despite growing scrutiny, he remained elusive. In some ways, media coverage may have served to reinforce his methods, providing insights into investigative priorities and public perceptions that could be exploited for continued evasion. Patrick's emerging signature, wrapping victims in trash bags, served as both a practical and psychological tool. Practically, It facilitated the transport and concealment of bodies, allowing him to manage the logistics of his crimes with minimal risk. Psychologically, the act symbolized control, a final assertion of dominance over the victim even after death. Law enforcement recognized the uniqueness of this signature, which would later become a critical factor in connecting cases and identifying Kearney as a serial offender. At this stage, however, the investigative puzzle remained incomplete, with only scattered fragments hinting at the broader pattern. The investigation into these crimes was hindered by the limitations of 1970s forensic science. Fingerprinting, blood analysis, and early crime scene examination were still developing, and technological tools such as DNA profiling were decades away. Missing person reports were often treated in isolation, and jurisdictional boundaries complicated communication between agencies. Patrick's understanding of these systemic weaknesses allowed him to exploit procedural gaps, minimizing the likelihood of immediate detection. His crimes unfolded in a period when forensic science could track patterns but lacked the precision to definitively link him to individual acts. Law enforcement began to suspect a single perpetrator due to the consistency of victim profiles and disposal methods. Young males, often transient or socially isolated, discovered wrapped in plastic bags in remote areas, indicated a pattern that transcended random chance. Investigators faced the challenge of identifying connections across multiple counties, coordinating resources, and piecing together fragmentary evidence. Patrick's careful avoidance of repeat locations and his meticulous concealment complicated these efforts, prolonging the period in which he could operate with impunity. Patrick's psychological sophistication extended to his awareness of law enforcement tactics. He understood how investigative procedures worked, how media attention influenced public perception, and how patterns could be discerned from seemingly random acts. This awareness informed his ongoing methods, reinforcing the importance of discretion, careful planning, and controlled interactions. Each crime was an exercise not only in predation but in testing the effectiveness of his operational strategies against the capabilities of the authorities. During this period, media attention created a climate of fear and speculation. Reports highlighted both the brutality of the murders and the mysterious circumstances of the victims' disappearances. Public interest intensified, prompting law enforcement to increase patrols, issue public warnings, and establish task forces dedicated to understanding the emerging threat. Yet Patrick's combination of mobility, careful victim selection, and behavioral control allowed him to continue undetected, effectively operating ahead of the investigative curve. The late 1970s thus represent a critical intersection between the predator and those seeking to stop him. Patrick Kearney had fully matured as a serial offender, executing crimes with methodical precision while remaining largely invisible to a law enforcement system struggling to recognize the pattern. The convergence of media pressure, public fear, and investigative resources created an environment of tension and urgency, yet Patrick's understanding of human behavior, geography, and risk allowed him to maintain operational control. This period exemplifies the terrifying effectiveness of a mind trained in observation, patience, and strategic execution, highlighting the extraordinary challenge of capturing an individual capable of such precise, hidden predation. As Patrick Kearney's spree continued into the late 1970s, the mounting media coverage and growing law enforcement efforts began to create a climate of urgency. The public was aware that a serial killer was operating somewhere in Southern California, and communities were becoming increasingly anxious. Yet despite the heightened attention, Patrick continued to operate with chilling precision, demonstrating not only his skill as a predator, but also his ability to anticipate and circumvent the efforts of those trying to stop him. Patrick's understanding of human behavior allowed him to exploit the gaps between public perception and investigative reality. He recognized that fear could lead to both overreaction and distraction, and he used this to his advantage. By observing news reports, understanding the concerns of local communities, and predicting law enforcement strategies, Patrick could adjust his behavior to remain undetected. His crimes were increasingly executed with an awareness of the social and procedural landscape, a testament to the long-term development of his analytical and observational skills. The pressure on police departments was immense. As bodies were discovered across multiple counties, the need for coordination, communication, and evidence management became critical. Investigators began to notice consistencies. Victims were young males, often transient, disposed of in trash bags, and left in isolated locations. While these patterns suggested the presence of a single offender, the difficulty of linking cases across jurisdictions slowed progress. Patrick's careful avoidance of repetitive patterns in timing and location made him particularly elusive, as he varied his operational details to reduce detectability while maintaining his core methodology. One of the most challenging aspects for law enforcement was the combination of psychological subtlety and practical sophistication in Patrick's methods. He not only exercised physical control over victims, but also manipulated their trust, using charm, friendliness, and perceived normalcy to gain compliance. By the time the victims were in his control, resistance was minimal, allowing him to execute murders efficiently and with precision. This ability to manipulate human behavior went largely unnoticed until patterns began to emerge, demonstrating the danger of a predator whose intellectual and social capacities amplified his capacity for violence. Media reporting, while crucial in raising awareness, also had a complex effect. Public speculation and sensationalism heightened fear and pressure on police. Yet Patrick remained observant of these narratives. By paying attention to what was reported, he could identify which investigative strategies were emphasized, which warnings were publicized, and how community behaviors were affected. In this way, media coverage became an unintended tool that he could observe and incorporate into his operational planning, adjusting his methods to maintain stealth while continuing his predatory activities. Investigators increasingly recognized the need for behavioral profiling, although this field was still in its infancy. The concept of a single offender with a consistent signature, wrapping victims in trash bags, selecting young males, disposing of bodies in secluded locations was emerging. Law enforcement began to consider the possibility of a serial killer who operated across multiple jurisdictions, requiring interagency cooperation and strategic task forces. Patrick, however, anticipated such developments, varying his routines and exercising restraint to avoid patterns that would be easily discernible. His crimes, while following a core methodology, were executed with minor but deliberate variations that complicated investigative efforts. Patrick's psychological detachment played a critical role in his ability to remain undetected. Unlike many violent offenders driven by emotion or impulsivity, he approached each crime with calm, deliberate execution. This detachment allowed him to assess risk in real time, adjust tactics as needed, and maintain composure even under circumstances that might unnerve others. His ability to separate desire, planning, and action into distinct mental compartments was a defining factor in his success as a predator, allowing him to operate effectively even as law enforcement scrutiny intensified. The late 1970s also saw the beginnings of forensic awareness in law enforcement. Investigators began to catalog the unique elements of the trash bag killer's methodology, considering not only physical evidence but also psychological patterns. They noted the consistency in victim profiles, disposal methods, and geographic dispersion. These early observations laid the groundwork for behavioral analysis that would eventually aid in his capture. Although at this stage, Patrick remained several steps ahead, leveraging both his meticulous planning and understanding of human psychology that as public concern grew, Patrick's crimes took on an added layer of tension. Each new disappearance amplified media coverage, law enforcement resources, and community anxiety. Yet this pressure did not disrupt his methodology. Instead, it reinforced the need for precision and control. Patrick's careful balance of risk, opportunity, and execution allowed him to continue his killings while operating under an increasingly watchful eye. The predator's ability to remain unseen amidst growing scrutiny exemplifies the terrifying effectiveness of long-term preparation, social manipulation, and psychological sophistication. By the end of this period, the dynamics between Patrick Kearney, law enforcement, and the media illustrate a critical tension. The growing recognition of a serial offender versus the predator's capacity to remain undetected. Patrick's combination of intelligence, planning, observation, and psychological insight allowed him to navigate this environment successfully, escalating his crimes while adapting to the pressures of public attention and investigative pursuit. This phase of his life underscores the complexity of capturing a methodical serial killer, particularly one whose abilities to blend, manipulate, and conceal had been honed over decades. Chapter 7: The Net Titans, Investigative Breakthroughs and Near Misses. By 1977, the balance between Patrick Kearney's precision and law enforcement's determination began to shift. The once invisible predator who had prowled across Southern California for years without leaving a clear trace was now facing the slow but inevitable tightening of the investigative net. The trash bag killer had perfected his methods: careful victim selection, swift execution, and meticulous disposal. But the pattern was finally becoming too distinct to ignore. In a landscape defined by media pressure, public fear, and the growing sophistication of police coordination, the walls were beginning to close in, even if Patrick did not yet realize it. The first cracks in his invisibility appeared through the sheer accumulation of evidence. As more victims were discovered, patterns emerged, not merely in how the bodies were found, but in the subtle consistencies of the crimes themselves. Young men, often hitchhikers or drifters, were disappearing along highways or from urban fringes. Their remains later recovered in remote areas. The plastic wrapping, the precision of the post-mortem treatment, and the careful choice of dumping grounds suggested not randomness but design. The repeated use of trash bags was a silent signature, an echo of control that investigators began to notice with growing unease. By now, law enforcement agencies across multiple jurisdictions were comparing notes. Communication, though often fragmented in the 1970s, was improving as police recognized that the crimes bore unmistakable similarities. The realization that a single individual might be responsible for a string of unsolved murders across Southern California spurred new levels of cooperation. Detectives began building composite profiles based not on witness testimony. There were rarely any witnesses, but on behavioral indicators. They hypothesized that the killer was intelligent, organized, possibly living a double life that allowed him to appear normal while committing calculated murders. Patrick's psychological detachment had always been his strength, but it also created small vulnerabilities. His obsession with cleanliness and control meant that he meticulously removed evidence, yet the very precision of his methods became a pattern. Investigators, while unable to identify him by name, began to piece together the behavioral traits of a killer who sought control, acted without chaos, and displayed a clinical understanding of anatomy. The trash bag killer was becoming less of a mystery and more of a distinct psychological profile, a specific kind of organized murderer whose habits could eventually betray him. The social context of the 1970s played an important role in both Patrick's continued evasion and the growing threat to his freedom. It was a time of changing social mobility, where hitchhiking and transient living were common, especially among young men. This culture of movement allowed Patrick to select victims who were socially invisible, people who could disappear without immediate alarm. Yet as the decade progressed and awareness of serial killings increased through cases like those of John Wayne Gacy and the Hillside Stranglers, law enforcement and the public became more alert to behavioral red flags. The tightening awareness made Patrick's operations more precarious, forcing him to adapt. Despite the mounting pressure, Patrick maintained his routine of calm calculation. He was not reckless, and his actions remained deliberate. However, each crime now carried increased risk. Investigators were beginning to understand the logistics behind his disposal methods, analyzing not only where the bodies were found but also the possible routes used for transportation. Geographic profiling, still an emerging concept at the time, was being applied intuitively by detectives who noticed the consistency of remote disposal locations near highways or isolated desert roads. Every piece of information narrowed the potential area of operation. Meanwhile, Patrick's personal life continued to provide a convincing disguise. To his acquaintances, he was quiet, intelligent, perhaps a bit withdrawn, but certainly not dangerous. His demeanor was calm, almost soothing, and his ability to deflect curiosity about his private life kept suspicion at bay. This duality, normalcy on the surface and horror beneath, was one of his most powerful defenses. But as the net tightened, even the most carefully constructed facade began to show strain. The awareness that law enforcement was getting closer started to disrupt the perfect equilibrium he had maintained for so long. One of the key developments that accelerated the investigation was the emergence of more consistent evidence patterns. Forensic teams began identifying correlations in the methods of killing and disposal. Although DNA testing was not yet available, comparative analysis of fibers, plastic materials, and body positioning revealed a striking uniformity. The precision of the cuts, the way the trash bags were tied, and the consistent selection of remote dump sites all spoke to one organized hand. The trash bag killer, once a ghost, was becoming a figure that could be traced through forensic breadcrumbs, even if those clues were subtle. Media coverage intensified during this time, amplifying public anxiety and inadvertently fueling investigative urgency. Newspapers began to publish stories connecting multiple murders across Southern California, suggesting the presence of a single predator. The nickname "the trash bag killer" began circulating, giving a face, or at least a shadow, to the fear that was spreading across communities. Patrick, ever observant, noticed this growing attention. He followed the stories closely, aware that each new article brought him closer to exposure. Yet the thrill of control, the illusion of invisibility, and the compulsion that drove him forward prevented him from stopping. The intersection of Patrick's calm precision and the investigative advances of the late 1970s created a race defined by timing and insight. Law enforcement was learning to think like the killer, to understand the psychology that underpinned his actions. Patrick, in turn, was learning to anticipate their strategies, adjusting his routines to stay ahead. But even the most methodical predator cannot account for every variable forever. The slightest mistake, a trace overlooked, a witness encountered, or a connection made between cases, could unravel years of invisibility. And by 1977, that unraveling was slowly, quietly beginning. By the middle of 1977, the world Patrick Kearney had constructed, one of control, secrecy, and carefully orchestrated violence, was beginning to crumble beneath the weight of mounting evidence. For years, he had operated like a shadow, moving seamlessly through a landscape unaware of his existence. But now, law enforcement was closing in, connecting fragments of his hidden world through painstaking investigation, cooperation between agencies, and the slow realization that the trash bag killer was not a myth, but a man. The first significant shift came from a simple but crucial change in how the police communicated. Traditionally, murders that occurred across different counties or precincts were treated as separate incidents, often handled by different investigative teams with limited collaboration. But the pattern of disposal bodies wrapped in plastic, dumped in similar remote locations, began to bridge those bureaucratic divides. Investigators started sharing notes, recognizing similarities that could not be coincidence. Each discovery, each report, added to a growing mosaic of horror that pointed unmistakably toward one meticulous killer. Even as this coordination improved, Patrick's understanding of how investigations unfolded remained a powerful defensive tool. He paid attention to what was being reported in the media, observing how detectives framed their public statements. When reports suggested police were looking for a particular type of vehicle or suspect, he adapted. If a location became too risky, he shifted his operating area. His flexibility made him harder to track, allowing him to stay several steps ahead even as law enforcement began piecing together his profile. However, it was not only the police who were beginning to notice oddities. In his personal life, subtle inconsistencies began to surface. Patrick had long maintained a quiet existence, blending into his surroundings with the ease of someone who understood invisibility as both strategy and survival. Yet those closest to him began to sense an undercurrent of unease, a withdrawal that was deeper than his usual reserve. The pressure of maintaining dual identities, of being both the unassuming neighbor and the calculating predator, was beginning to erode his composure. Though he remained careful and restrained, the psychological tension was slowly wearing him down. Investigators began employing early behavioral profiling techniques, inspired by pioneering work from the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit. Analysts examined the killer's methods and concluded that they were dealing with a highly intelligent, organized offender, likely someone who lived a stable life, held steady employment, and functioned socially without drawing attention. The killer's precision and the absence of chaotic violence suggested control and emotional detachment. This was not a person acting in rage or impulsivity, but someone who planned every detail. The profile, remarkably, aligned almost perfectly with Patrick Kearney's reality. Forensic science, though limited by the standards of the 1970s, was also advancing. Analysts began tracing similarities in the plastic materials used for disposal, identifying manufacturing patterns that hinted at specific suppliers. Although these findings were not yet enough for a conviction, they tightened the circle of investigation. Detectives started narrowing their search to individuals living within certain geographic zones and working in industries that provided access to such materials. Unknowingly, Patrick's own environment, his professional stability, his quiet suburban life, was bringing him closer to the radar. Public anxiety continued to grow. Each new discovery of a body wrapped in plastic triggered fresh waves of fear and speculation. The media, sensing the growing story, began connecting the crimes under a single banner: the trash bag murders. It was a phrase that carried both mystery and dread, embodying the faceless threat haunting Southern California. Reporters questioned how such a killer could move undetected for so long, and whether the police were doing enough to stop him. For Patrick, these headlines were both a warning and a temptation. The more the media talked about the trash bag killer, the more tangible his dark identity became. At the same time, fate was aligning small coincidences that would eventually lead investigators directly to him. Among the many victims whose disappearances had gone unsolved was a young man whose case would later prove pivotal. Through this connection, police began tracking overlapping details, vehicles, sightings, and behavioral consistencies that pointed toward a suspect who matched the growing profile. The investigation was no longer theoretical. Detectives were now beginning to look for a real person, someone whose quiet demeanor hid something monstrous. Patrick's psychological state during this period was marked by a paradoxical blend of confidence and unease. On one hand, he believed deeply in his ability to control circumstances, to anticipate and neutralize risks. On the other, he could feel the invisible weight of attention pressing closer. His routines became tighter, his interactions more cautious. He avoided drawing notice, but the hypervigilance that had once protected him was becoming a burden. The line between safety and paranoia began to blur. The tightening net was not just a product of forensic discovery or police collaboration, it was also the consequence of time. Every crime Patrick committed left behind fragments, traces of decision and movement that could, in retrospect, be connected. The illusion of invisibility that had shielded him for years was dissolving under the methodical persistence of investigators who were learning, case by case, how to see the invisible. For Patrick Kearney, the era of absolute control was ending in the shadowed outskirts of California's deserts and freeways. Detectives were beginning to circle the predator who had eluded them for so long. And though Patrick still believed he could outthink the system, the very patterns he had perfected, the precision, the repetition, the need for order were now betraying him. The meticulousness that once ensured his survival was slowly transforming into the trail that would lead to his undoing. Chapter 8: The Breaking Point, the Murder That Unraveled Everything. By the spring of 1977, Patrick Kearney's long and chilling dance with anonymity was nearing its inevitable end. For over a decade, he had hunted quietly across Southern California, choosing his victims with precision, disposing of them with surgical efficiency, and vanishing before anyone could even begin to suspect him. Yet the human mind, no matter how disciplined or detached, is not immune to error. The very confidence that had sustained his double life was about to become the seed of his downfall. What began as another calculated murder would soon ignite the unraveling of his carefully constructed existence and expose the man behind the moniker, the trash bag killer. The turning point came with a victim who, by tragic coincidence, became the first thread investigators could finally follow. His name was John LeMay, a 17-year-old who disappeared after telling friends he was heading to meet someone he had recently befriended. LeMay's disappearance initially seemed like countless others. A young man who simply vanished without trace in a time when transient movement was common and hitchhiking was a way of life. But this case would prove different, not because of how he was taken, but because of what was left behind. For the first time, investigators had something concrete: connections, names, and circumstances that pointed toward a real suspect. Patrick had met LeMay under familiar circumstances, casual, unthreatening, the kind of interaction that seemed harmless to anyone observing it. His charm, his calm voice, and his unassuming demeanor worked as they always had. Yet this time something shifted. Perhaps it was a moment of complacency, perhaps fatigue from years of maintaining control, or perhaps an oversight in the logistics he once handled flawlessly. Whatever the reason, Patrick made small but critical mistakes. He was seen. A neighbor remembered a vehicle. A name was mentioned to someone who later repeated it to the wrong person. These fragments would eventually form the trail that led police straight to his door. The murder of John LeMay followed Patrick's familiar pattern: rapid domination, efficient execution, and systematic disposal. But in the process of eliminating evidence, Patrick missed subtle traces that investigators, now more alert than ever, would later piece together. The trash bags, the specific materials used, and the location of disposal bore hallmarks that were unmistakable to detectives already studying similar unsolved murders. For the first time, the consistency of the killer's method became more than a theory, it became evidence. The trash bag murders were no longer isolated mysteries. They were chapters in a single, continuous narrative of horror. As the investigation into LeMay's disappearance intensified, detectives followed leads that took them closer to Kearney's home in Redondo Beach. Interviews, surveillance, and quiet background checks began to close the distance between suspicion and proof. Patrick, accustomed to being invisible, sensed the shift before anyone approached him. He noticed changes, questions that felt too specific, acquaintances who seemed to know more than they should, subtle hints that the veil of anonymity was thinning. For a man who had lived by anticipating every variable, the growing sense of exposure was terrifying. At home, Patrick's partner, David Hill, began to notice the strain. Kearney, usually composed and controlled, grew restless. He became preoccupied with the news, scanning every report, listening to every update about the trash bag murders. The calm confidence that had defined his personality was slowly replaced by vigilance and unease. Every knock at the door, every car slowing on the street outside, set off alarms in his mind. He knew, perhaps more clearly than anyone, that once law enforcement made the connection, there would be no escape. Investigators, meanwhile, were beginning to construct the psychological and physical framework of their suspect. The consistency of the trash bags, the disposal sites, and the precision of the killings all suggested an individual who was methodical, intelligent, and emotionally detached. But the sudden appearance of a viable lead, the connection to LeMay's disappearance, gave the investigation new momentum. Detectives discovered that LeMay had told friends he was meeting an older man named Dave. The name meant little at first, but as police traced phone calls and interviews, they began to uncover a quiet couple living in Redondo Beach, David Hill and Patrick Kearney. This small detail, a name, a shared home, a community, was enough to shift the focus of the investigation. Police quietly began to monitor Kearney and Hill's residence, learning about their routines and backgrounds. Patrick's intelligence and discipline had always been his greatest strengths, but now they became liabilities. He understood too well how investigations unfolded and recognized every sign that the net was closing. The realization sparked a rare moment of panic. He had always controlled every outcome, but this time, the chain of cause and effect was moving beyond his reach. As the pressure mounted, Patrick's psychological state began to fracture. The calm that had once defined him was eroding, replaced by the primal instinct of self-preservation. He began to consider options: escape, confrontation, confession. For a man whose entire life had been governed by control, the prospect of losing it was unbearable. He reviewed the events leading to this moment, analyzing every mistake, every oversight. The murder of John LeMay, he realized, had not just been another act of domination. It had been a miscalculation, the one act too many. By late May 1977, the case had reached a critical juncture. Police were confident that they were closing in on the trash bag killer. Surveillance teams were active, and the media, sensing an impending breakthrough, intensified their coverage. Patrick, once invisible, was now a suspect in waiting. The quiet house in Redondo Beach became the silent stage for a psychological collapse. A man of intellect and precision, cornered by the consequences of his own meticulous design. The very patterns that had protected him for so long were now the evidence sealing his fate. And so, with law enforcement closing in and his partner watching the walls close around them, Patrick Kearney stood on the edge of exposure. The double life he had maintained for decades was about to end, not through dramatic confrontation, but through the slow, relentless unraveling of a single, fatal mistake. The walls around Patrick Kearney's double life were beginning to close in, and though the final blow had not yet fallen, he could feel the weight of it in the air. For years, he had outmaneuvered the law with a blend of intellect, restraint, and cold precision. But as the investigation into John LeMay's disappearance grew sharper, his world began to constrict in ways he could no longer manipulate. His sanctuary, the quiet home in Redondo Beach shared with David Hill, became a place of growing tension, haunted not by ghosts, but by the creeping certainty that discovery was inevitable. Patrick's usual composure fractured into something almost mechanical. He slept less, his conversations grew shorter, and his attention was consumed by the unfolding news reports that hinted at law enforcement drawing near. Neighbors who had once found him polite and reserved now noticed he was withdrawn, eyes darting toward unfamiliar cars or lingering on the sound of footsteps outside. He sensed the net tightening long before the authorities arrived. His intellect, which had allowed him to evade suspicion for over a decade, became a curse. It allowed him to anticipate every move that would lead to his undoing. Behind closed doors, David Hill began to understand the truth, or at least fragments of it. He had lived alongside Patrick for years, sharing the illusion of a quiet, stable partnership. But as Patrick's paranoia intensified, as whispers about the trash bag killer flooded television screens and newspapers, David's questions grew. The silence between them became unbearable. One evening, when the tension finally broke, Patrick admitted in a calm, chilling tone that he had done terrible things, things that could never be undone. He confessed not as a man seeking forgiveness, but as someone acknowledging an unchangeable reality. David was paralyzed by the revelation. The person he had loved and trusted was not merely secretive. He was a serial killer. The crimes were not distant or abstract. They were real, detailed, and horrifying. The realization that their shared home might have been a site of unimaginable violence left him in shock. But Patrick's confession carried something else as well: fear. He feared the law, the exposure, the humiliation of being paraded as a monster before the world. More than anything, he feared losing control. The next weeks unfolded like a slow collapse. Investigators linked LeMay's disappearance to the Redondo Beach residence with growing confidence. Witnesses mentioned seeing a vehicle matching Patrick's car, and the connection to Dave, whom LeMay had mentioned to friends, became impossible to ignore. Detectives began to assemble a timeline that pointed directly to the quiet, unassuming couple. The name Patrick Kearney entered official conversations for the first time, not as a background name, but as a suspect in what was now understood to be a series of calculated murders spanning years. Faced with the inevitability of capture, Patrick made a decision that would define the final act of his story. He turned to David and told him they had to leave, immediately and quietly. In the early days of July 1977, they fled their home, abandoning nearly everything. Friends would later recall how suddenly the two vanished, leaving behind a house that looked frozen in time. Dishes half-washed, clothes still in drawers, as if the occupants had simply stepped out and never returned. Their flight took them across several states, a desperate attempt to reclaim the control Patrick felt slipping away. Yet every mile of distance only deepened the futility of escape. The media coverage was relentless. The story of the trash bag murders dominated headlines, and both men were now subjects of an active manhunt. The FBI, coordinating with local authorities, distributed their descriptions nationwide. For the first time, Patrick's face, once anonymous, was attached to the words that had terrified a generation. The trash bag killer. Days turned into weeks, and the pressure of living on the run became unbearable. Patrick, who had always thrived on order and predictability, was now adrift in chaos. His need for structure clashed with the uncertainty of hiding, and his psychological balance deteriorated rapidly. David, caught between love and terror, saw the man beside him unravel. His once calm voice now edged with despair, his meticulous routines replaced with erratic behavior. There was no longer a plan, only survival. The turning point came in late July, when Patrick made a choice few expected. Instead of being captured or cornered, he decided to surrender. It was not an act of remorse in the traditional sense, but a calculated conclusion, a decision born of exhaustion and the realization that the inevitable could no longer be delayed. He contacted his attorney and arranged to turn himself in, accompanied by David Hill. The pair walked into the Riverside County Sheriff's Office on July 1, 1977, ending one of California's longest and most perplexing killing sprees. When Patrick entered the station, the atmosphere was eerily calm. There were no dramatic confessions or outbursts, only quiet resignation. He introduced himself, stated that he was responsible for the murders attributed to the trash bag killer, and agreed to cooperate. Officers present would later describe the scene as unsettlingly ordinary. Kearney spoke with the politeness of a man explaining a technical problem, not confessing to decades of unspeakable violence. It was as if he had accepted his identity not as a monster, but as an inevitable truth of himself. What followed was a confession that stunned investigators. Kearney admitted to more than 20 murders, detailing methods, locations, and victims with clinical precision. The information he provided linked unsolved cases stretching across years and counties, finally giving closure to dozens of investigations that had long gone cold. Yet even as he described his crimes, there was a detachment that chilled everyone in the room. He spoke as though recounting a series of mechanical tasks, devoid of emotion or empathy. The decision to confess was, in many ways, the ultimate assertion of control. By surrendering on his own terms, Kearney ensured that his story would end by his design. He refused to let law enforcement or the media dictate the narrative of his downfall. In his mind, the act of confession was not defeat, it was mastery. The same precision that had defined his crimes now defined his final act. A perfectly timed conclusion to a life built on concealment. David Hill, meanwhile, found himself entangled in the investigation, though his role was eventually understood as that of a partner unaware of the full extent of Kearney's crimes. His cooperation, coupled with Patrick's insistence that Hill had no part in the murders, spared him the harshest consequences. Still, the psychological toll was immense. He had loved a man who had lived an entirely separate, monstrous life, a reality that would haunt him for the rest of his years. By the time Patrick Kearney's confession was complete, the full magnitude of his crimes had come to light. The quiet, intelligent man who once blended effortlessly into California's sun-drenched suburbs was now unmasked as one of its most prolific serial killers. His reign of secrecy had ended not with a chase or a dramatic confrontation, but with the soft click of a police station door closing behind him, a sound that marked the end of an era of fear. The world outside would soon learn the full scope of his actions, and the name Patrick Wayne Kearney would forever be etched into the dark chronicles of American crime. But within that quiet moment of surrender, something else lingered. A chilling reminder that true horror often hides not in shadows or rage, but in the calm, polite face of a man who believes he has everything under control. Chapter 9, Confessions of Control. The chilling truth unfolds. When Patrick Kearney sat down in the stark interrogation room of the Riverside County Sheriff's Office, the hum of the fluorescent lights above was the only sound that dared to interrupt the silence. What unfolded in the hours and days that followed would not be the panicked ramblings of a cornered man, nor the tearful remorse of a guilty soul. It was something far colder, far more disturbing. What the detectives encountered was a man who spoke with quiet precision, dissecting his own crimes as though he were describing a laboratory experiment. Every word was deliberate, measured, and almost eerily devoid of emotion. It was the confession of a mind that had long operated beyond the boundaries of fear and empathy, a mind that, even in the act of surrender, remained committed to control. The first confessions came easily. Patrick began by admitting to the murder of John LeMay, the victim whose disappearance had ultimately led police to his door. But as the interviews continued, his words began to widen the scope of the investigation far beyond what detectives had imagined. With each name, each description, each detail, a hidden history of violence began to take shape. Patrick wasn't just a suspect in one killing. He was admitting to dozens, each carried out with methodical consistency and an obsessive commitment to erasing evidence. The detective sat in silence as he recounted the beginning of his crimes. He spoke of the late 1960s, of highways stretching endlessly across California, of young men who accepted rides and never reached their destinations. He described how he selected them, not through anger or passion, but through opportunity. It was never personal, never emotional. They were, to him, moments of curiosity and control. He described his acts in the same tone one might use to discuss a mechanical procedure, recalling times, locations, and even the sizes of the trash bags he used for disposal. The matter-of-fact delivery made his words even more horrific. There was no pleasure in the telling, only precision that as the interviews progressed, law enforcement realized that Patrick's mind operated on a level of organization that was both fascinating and terrifying. He kept track of his crimes mentally, not through journals or keepsakes, but through the vivid clarity of memory. Each murder was cataloged in his mind like entries in a ledger, specific dates, roads, victims' appearances, and the meticulous process of disposal. He remembered which highways he drove along, which motels he had passed, and even which direction the wind had blown on certain nights. His recall was so sharp that investigators could verify his claims by simply checking weather reports or police logs from the corresponding dates. And yet, even as he revealed the full scale of his crimes, Kearney remained disturbingly calm. There were no outbursts, no attempts to justify his actions. When asked why he killed, he paused for long moments, as though the question itself were alien to him. He admitted that he felt no rage, no hatred, no jealousy. His motive was not revenge or pleasure, it was control. He described the feeling not as excitement but as a kind of order, a kind of stillness. The killings, he said, gave him a sense of completion, a certainty that every variable was accounted for. What made his confession even more unsettling was his willingness to cooperate fully. Patrick didn't resist interrogation. He guided it. He corrected details, offered clarifications, and even drew rough maps for detectives to locate remains. Each time a body was identified or a case file reopened, he acknowledged it with polite confirmation, as if the act of solving these crimes were a shared project between him and the investigators. He seemed almost eager to ensure the accuracy of his account, as though this final act of truth-telling was yet another expression of his compulsive need for order. As detectives began to compare his statements with unsolved cases from Los Angeles, Riverside, Orange, and San Diego counties, the scale of his killing spree grew staggering. One by one, they linked Kearney to victims who had long been thought lost to unrelated violence or transient lifestyles. His signature method, clean, efficient, and disturbingly consistent, had long concealed the pattern from authorities. It was only now, through his own words, that the invisible thread tying these disappearances together became visible. Outside the interrogation room, news of the arrest spread quickly. The media, starved for detail, began dubbing him the trash bag killer with renewed intensity, turning his moniker into a nationwide symbol of calculated evil. Families who had waited years for answers finally began to receive calls from law enforcement, informing them that their sons or brothers had been among Kearney's victims. Some wept in relief, others in rage, but all shared the same disbelief that such a quiet, intelligent man could have committed crimes so brutal and so invisible for so long. Within law enforcement circles, Kearney's confession became an object of both horror and study. The FBI's behavioral science unit, still developing its early frameworks for profiling serial offenders, took a deep interest in his case. Unlike most killers who operated from emotional impulses or psychological trauma, Kearney represented something different. A killer driven by logic rather than rage, by curiosity rather than chaos. His methods lacked the sadistic flourish seen in other murderers. Instead, they reflected a chilling efficiency. He had studied anatomy, refined his disposal techniques, and treated his crimes as a kind of grim perfectionism. Even among seasoned detectives, the level of detachment he displayed was hard to comprehend. When shown photographs of victims, Kearney rarely showed recognition or regret. He often tilted his head slightly, confirming a name or place with the same tone he might use to recall an address. At times, he corrected the records themselves, recalling that certain remains had been found in slightly different locations or that certain victims were older or younger than listed. It was not pride, there was no sense of boasting, but rather an insistence on accuracy, as if the record of his crimes had to be exact. His defense attorneys, too, were struck by his demeanor. They found him cooperative, articulate, and disturbingly self-aware. When discussing his trial strategy, Patrick showed no interest in pleading insanity. He acknowledged his actions with full understanding of their illegality and moral weight, yet without remorse. "I know what I did," he said calmly during one pretrial meeting, "and I know what it means. There's nothing to argue." For a man accused of unimaginable acts, this composure was both shocking and tragic. Forensic investigators who worked alongside him during recovery operations found themselves in an uncomfortable partnership. Patrick would often lead them to remote desert sites or roadside dumps where he remembered disposing of remains. In many cases, the accuracy of his recollections was astonishing. Some locations had changed drastically over the years, yet Patrick could walk directly to the precise area. When remains were found, he often identified the victim by recalling the smallest detail: a piece of clothing, a watch, or the color of a shirt. The deeper investigators went into Patrick's confessions, the clearer his psychological profile became. He was not driven by sadism or hatred, but by an obsessive compulsion toward control. Each murder was, in his mind, a puzzle solved perfectly, a problem reduced to absolute certainty. His cold precision, his ability to compartmentalize, and his complete lack of emotional connection revealed a personality both brilliant and utterly detached. In the days that followed his initial confession, Patrick Kearney became a case study in contradictions. He was polite and soft-spoken, cooperative with law enforcement, yet completely void of remorse. To those who observed him up close, it was as though he existed in two realities: the outward calm of a courteous man discussing his past, and the hidden realm of someone whose mind had been consumed by darkness for years. Detectives, psychologists, and journalists alike struggled to understand how such a man could perform acts of staggering brutality while remaining so eerily composed. Inside the interrogation room, time seemed to blur. Hour after hour, Patrick recounted his crimes in a steady, almost hypnotic rhythm. There were no emotional fluctuations, no moments of visible struggle or hesitation. When the detectives occasionally paused the session to compose themselves, he simply sat quietly, waiting for the conversation to resume, as if they were merely discussing logistics. His memory was frighteningly sharp. He could recall exact stretches of highway where he had met his victims, landmarks, road signs, and even the songs that were playing on his car radio. Every memory was etched into his mind, each one sealed with the precision of a man who had spent years mastering control. The detectives who worked closest with him began to notice that Kearney seemed to take pride not in the killings themselves, but in the efficiency with which he executed them. He often emphasized the lack of struggle, the swiftness of death, and the meticulous disposal. To him, chaos was failure, control was perfection. The murders were not about pain or dominance in the emotional sense. They were about the absence of disorder. For Kearney, death was a way to erase unpredictability, to maintain the serenity of his constructed world. That perspective, so chilling in its detachment, made understanding his psychology nearly impossible. Forensic psychologists later described Kearney's demeanor as emblematic of a rare kind of psychopathology, one where emotion is replaced entirely by a logic-driven need for mastery. Unlike killers motivated by sadistic pleasure or rage, Patrick's crimes were the byproduct of his obsession with control over life and death. He had an analytical mind, one capable of compartmentalizing horror as though it were a mathematical equation. What baffled experts was how seamlessly this mindset coexisted with his ability to function normally in society. He was an engineer by training, a quiet neighbor, a man who paid bills on time and exchanged polite nods with strangers. Beneath that mask, however, lived a compulsive predator who viewed the world through the lens of precision and detachment. During the confessions, Patrick made it clear that his motives were not emotional but mechanical. He explained how each killing followed an unspoken formula: selection, control, elimination, disposal. The victims were often chosen because they were transient, young men who could vanish without much notice. He described how he had modified his car to allow for easy concealment and how he carefully planned disposal routes to ensure no pattern emerged. It was the work of someone who had studied human behavior as much as he had studied his own impulses. His murders were not born of impulse. They were calculated to the smallest detail that as he continued to speak, detectives were struck by how seamlessly he slipped between past and present, recounting crimes from years earlier as though they had occurred only yesterday. When they asked if he ever thought about the people he killed, he would pause not to find the right words, but to ensure his response was exact. "I remember them," he would say softly, "but not in the way you think." To Patrick, remembering was about accuracy, not sentiment. He could describe a shirt, a face, a distance, but not a feeling. His memory cataloged data, not emotion. Investigators began comparing his statements with decades of missing persons reports. The results were staggering. Patrick's confessions tied him to murders stretching across Southern California, from the deserts near Riverside to the coastal highways of Orange County and beyond. Each case fit the same invisible pattern: clean kills, dismembered remains, and plastic bags found discarded along remote stretches of land. The revelation sent ripples through the media and the families of the victims. For years, these deaths had been unsolved mysteries. Now they were part of a single man's calculated obsession. The public, too, struggled to reconcile the image of the killer with the crimes themselves. When Patrick's photograph appeared in newspapers, people who had known him described disbelief. "He was quiet," one neighbor said. "He kept to himself, polite, a bit shy maybe, but never threatening." Another recalled how he was the kind of man who would wave when you passed by his house. Nothing about his appearance or demeanor hinted at the depth of darkness that lay beneath. This duality, this perfect concealment, was what made him so terrifying. He didn't fit the archetype of a monster. He looked like the man next door. As investigators dug deeper, they began to understand how easily he had hidden in plain sight. Patrick's intelligence and composure allowed him to live a life of quiet normalcy even as he committed acts of horrific violence. He was a man of routines, a creature of order. He kept his home spotless, his belongings meticulously arranged, his car always in perfect condition. Everything he owned was a reflection of the same precision that defined his crimes. It was as though his entire life had been an attempt to maintain control in every possible aspect. Control over his environment, his emotions, and even the memories of those he killed. Yet beneath that order lay a void. When psychologists later analyzed his interviews, they found that Patrick displayed virtually no emotional range. His responses were rational but never empathetic. He understood the concept of guilt but did not feel it. He recognized morality as a construct but did not internalize it. To him, the act of killing was not evil, it was inevitable. This mindset baffled his interrogators. He was not the kind of killer who relished his crimes, nor was he one who denied them. He existed in a space entirely his own, neither remorseful nor proud, but detached, like an observer studying the mechanics of his own existence. Law enforcement agencies across multiple counties coordinated to piece together the full extent of his murders, and Patrick's cooperation proved invaluable. He pointed them toward forgotten burial sites, described long-missing victims, and even corrected autopsy details. His near-photographic memory provided closure to dozens of families who had waited years for answers. But every new confession deepened the question that haunted everyone who encountered him. How could a man capable of such intelligence and self-awareness commit acts so monstrous without hesitation or emotion? To many, Patrick's confession felt like watching the unveiling of a paradox. He was both human and inhuman, brilliant and broken, meticulous and monstrous. His words offered clarity but no comfort. There was no redemption in his honesty, no catharsis in his cooperation. What he offered the world was not remorse. It was understanding, a window into the mind of someone for whom death was merely an extension of order. Chapter 10: Trial of Silence, the courtroom without emotion. The world that once knew Patrick Kearney as a quiet, polite man was gone. By the time his trial approached in late 1977, the nation had come to know him by another name, the Trash Bag Killer. Newspapers printed the title in bold, jarring headlines, and news anchors spoke his name with tones of disbelief and dread. Yet, in stark contrast to the public hysteria that surrounded him, Patrick himself remained a figure of unnerving calm. As his case moved through the justice system, he displayed the same quiet composure that had defined him in the interrogation room, a demeanor that unsettled even the most experienced lawyers, journalists, and psychologists who came into contact with him. The proceedings began not with the fiery spectacle the press had anticipated, but with an atmosphere of quiet tension. The courtroom was filled with reporters, victims' families, and curious onlookers, all waiting to glimpse the man whose crimes had haunted California's highways and back roads for over a decade. When Kearney was escorted in, handcuffed and dressed in plain clothing, a hush fell over the room. He looked neither defiant nor remorseful. His expression was one of neutrality, his gaze steady but detached, as though he were attending a business hearing rather than the trial of a lifetime. His attorney had advised him to consider an insanity defense, but Patrick had refused. There would be no attempt to plead diminished responsibility, no effort to portray himself as mentally unstable. He wanted the proceedings to be direct, factual, and controlled, like everything else in his life. His decision baffled his defense team. He acknowledged his crimes freely, provided evidence willingly, and cooperated with the prosecution at every turn. When asked why he refused to contest the charges, he simply replied, "Because there's nothing to contest." It was not arrogance. It was logic. To him, the facts were the facts, and arguing against them would be disorder. As the trial unfolded, prosecutors presented evidence that was both horrifying and meticulously organized. Photographs of disposal sites, forensic reconstructions, and testimony from investigators who had spent months cataloging every fragment of his confessions. They described the plastic bags, the clean dismemberments, and the sheer number of victims whose remains had been found scattered across the Californian landscape. Each new piece of evidence reinforced the image of a man who had turned killing into a system, a routine stripped of emotion and driven by precision. Throughout it all, Patrick sat silently at the defense table, his expression unwavering. He rarely looked up, never flinched, and only occasionally nodded in acknowledgement when his name was mentioned. Observers noted that he seemed more like an auditor reviewing a report than a man listening to the details of his own murders. Even when gruesome photographs were displayed, his face betrayed no reaction. Psychologists attending the trial described his demeanor as unsettlingly neutral, an absence of effect so complete that it felt almost unnatural. The victims' families, sitting only a few feet away, found this composure unbearable. Many had waited years for this moment, hoping to see guilt or shame, something human that might suggest regret. But Kearney offered them nothing. To some, his calmness felt like mockery. To others, it was proof that he was no longer entirely human. Yet to Patrick, it was neither. It was simply his way of existing, ordered, precise, and controlled, even when surrounded by chaos. As prosecutors detailed each murder, the courtroom became a theater of silence. The audience would gasp at the details, while Patrick's stillness seemed to grow heavier. When the court clerk read out the list of charges, one after another, dozens of names, the sound filled the room like a litany of ghosts. But Patrick did not raise his eyes. He already knew every name, every date, every place. They were etched in his mind, cataloged and memorized long before this day arrived. His defense counsel, faced with a client unwilling to mount any resistance, could do little but focus on procedural fairness. They emphasized Patrick's cooperation with law enforcement, his willingness to identify victims, and his calm surrender as evidence of moral awareness. But even these arguments lacked conviction, for Patrick himself never once asked for leniency. When questioned privately about his sentence, he spoke with the same tone of pragmatic detachment. "Whatever is appropriate. I don't intend to argue with the law." The trial's psychological experts attempted to decode the man behind the murders. They testified about his early life, his intelligence, and his emotional detachment, painting a portrait of a man whose inner world had become defined by structure rather than empathy. One psychologist described him as a self-contained system, a man who lived entirely within the boundaries of his own logic. Others suggested his crimes were manifestations of obsessive-compulsive traits, rituals that had spiraled into something monstrous. But Patrick himself dismissed most of these analyses. When asked directly about their conclusions, he responded with a faint smile and said, "People like to name things. It makes them feel safer. Outside the courtroom, public fascination with the case reached fever pitch. Television programs and newspapers framed Kearney as part of an emerging generation of serial killers who had transformed the American psyche in the 1970s. A decade that had already produced names like Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and David Berkowitz. Yet even among this grim fraternity, Kearney stood apart. His intelligence, his composure, and his total lack of chaos made him an enigma. He didn't fit the pattern of impulsive violence. He was something far colder, a man who killed not from madness, but from calculation. When the prosecution rested its case, it was clear that there was no defense left to offer. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession irrefutable. But what made the moment unforgettable was the way Kearney faced it. As the judge asked whether he understood the charges against him, Patrick replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "Yes, I understand completely." There was no tremor, no plea, no denial, only acknowledgement. The sentencing phase began with emotional testimonies from families of the victims. One by one, they stood to address the court, their voices breaking as they spoke of lives stolen, of futures erased. Some cried openly, others trembled with anger. A mother clutched a faded photograph of her son as she demanded to know how a man could commit such acts without conscience. Patrick did not look away. He sat motionless, his gaze fixed forward, expression unchanged. The courtroom trembled with grief, but the man at the center of it all remained still, a mirror reflecting nothing back. When the time came for the judge to deliver the sentence, the room was heavy with silence. Patrick Wayne Kearney, the trash bag killer, was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The words fell like stones in the still air. Reporters scribbled furiously, cameras clicked, and families clutched one another in a mix of sorrow and relief. But Patrick only nodded once. There was no reaction, no flicker of surprise. He had expected this outcome all along as he was led from the courtroom. One journalist shouted a question. "Do you feel any regret for what you've done?" Patrick paused briefly, turned his head just slightly, and replied in a calm, measured tone, "Regret doesn't change the truth." Then he walked on, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the corridor. A quiet end to a man who had spent his life mastering silence. When the trial finally concluded and the courtroom emptied, what remained in its wake was not the sound of outrage or the echo of applause for justice served, but a deep, lingering quiet, a silence that seemed to stretch into every corner of those who had witnessed it. The trash bag killer had been sentenced, but the mystery of his nature remained unsolved. For weeks, the newspapers struggled to define him. Some called him a monster. Others described him as an anomaly of intelligence gone astray. But none could explain the absence of emotion that marked every stage of his confession, trial, and sentencing. Patrick Kearney's story didn't end with chaos. It ended with control, and that was perhaps what made him most disturbing of all. Inside his holding cell after the verdict, Kearney's behavior did not change. The guards reported that he was polite, obedient, and unusually quiet. He read constantly, kept his cell meticulously organized, and rarely spoke unless spoken to. In contrast to other prisoners awaiting transfer, who often shouted, cried, or paced in agitation, Patrick remained unerringly calm. His demeanor puzzled even the most seasoned officers. He looked like a man who had just finished a long task, one guard later said. Not happy, not sad, just done. Forensic psychologists continued to analyze his case long after the trial ended. They were fascinated not only by the methodical brutality of his crimes but by his rational acceptance of them. Kearney had confessed to over 21 murders and hinted at more, Yet he recounted each with the same detached clarity as one might describe a sequence of errands. His motivations, however, remained difficult to define. Some experts argued that Kearney's crimes were rooted in sexual compulsion, others in a need for control, and some believed they reflected an extreme form of emotional detachment, an inability to connect with others in any meaningful way. But when these theories were presented to him during post-trial interviews, Patrick quietly dismissed them all. "People want to understand why," he once said, "but sometimes there isn't a why that satisfies them." The court transcripts revealed that Patrick's recollections were astonishingly accurate. He could recall victims' faces, vehicles, the exact number of plastic bags used, and even the weather conditions on the nights of the killings. His mind operated like a perfectly kept ledger. Investigators often found themselves chilled by how he corrected them gently when they misremembered a detail. "No," he would say softly, "that was in 75, not 74. It was as if he had built an internal archive of his acts, ordered and preserved with the same precision that defined his everyday life." The contrast between the brutality of his crimes and the neatness of his recollections became the subject of academic fascination. In lectures and psychology journals, experts debated whether Kearney represented a unique type of organized killer, one whose intellect and compulsive order had stripped his actions of passion, leaving only mechanical repetition. Unlike other serial murderers of the era, who often relished the chaos or enjoyed taunting police, Kearney had done neither. He killed quietly, disposed of bodies cleanly, and vanished without a trace. His existence was like that of a ghost moving through the mundane, working, smiling, blending in, while darkness operated in perfect secrecy beneath the surface. Inside prison, Kearney's reputation grew, not because he sought attention, but because his calmness unsettled even the hardened inmates. He never raised his voice, never engaged in disputes, and maintained an air of polite detachment. He kept to routines, reading technical books and solving puzzles. The prison psychologist assigned to monitor him noted that his intellect was extraordinary and that his emotional awareness was non-existent. When asked if he felt loneliness, Patrick replied with quiet curiosity, "Not really. I've always preferred silence." It was that same silence that had defined his crimes. An absence of noise, an absence of struggle, an absence of chaos. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, the public's fascination with serial killers continued to grow. The 1970s had become an age of shadows in America, where names like Bundy, Gacy, and Dahmer would soon dominate headlines. Yet Patrick Kearney's story remained different. He didn't have the theatrical personality of Bundy, nor the depraved flamboyance of Gacy. He was quiet, efficient, and invisible, a killer who lived like an ordinary man next door. In documentaries and criminology courses, his case was often presented as the epitome of the invisible predator. A man who could exist for years unnoticed, his crimes hidden beneath the veneer of normalcy. The surviving relatives of his victims found no comfort in the trial's end. Many expressed frustration at the lack of answers. Kearney had never explained his motives beyond vague statements about impulse and opportunity. For families desperate for closure, his restraint felt cruel. "He doesn't even seem to feel it," one grieving parent said during an interview. "It's like our children were just words in his memory." The justice system had given them a verdict but not understanding, and perhaps that was what haunted them most. Years later, when interviews with Patrick were conducted by researchers, his voice remained calm and even free of bitterness or remorse. He did not glorify his crimes nor deny them. He spoke of them as if they were things that had happened in another life, as if he were describing someone else's existence. When asked if he believed he could have stopped himself, he paused for a long time before answering. If I had recognized what I was becoming sooner, maybe. But I didn't see it clearly then. The words were spoken softly, but without emotion, like a man analyzing a past miscalculation. The prison officials who interacted with him in later years described him as one of their least problematic inmates. He adhered strictly to rules, avoided trouble, and preferred isolation to social interaction. He never spoke about his crimes voluntarily and deflected any attempt to draw out emotion. Some guards found him eerily polite, always thanking them, always keeping his tone respectful. One officer summarized him perfectly. He behaves like a man who knows he doesn't belong here, but accepts it completely. By the end of the decade, as media attention waned and new cases gripped the public's imagination, Patrick Kearney faded from headlines. Yet, among criminologists and behavioral scientists, his legacy endured. He became a reference point for understanding the psychology of methodical killers, those who kill not from rage or delusion, but from an almost clinical detachment. His life became a reminder that evil does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes, it whispers in the voice of a polite man with a tidy home and a quiet smile. Even now, years after his conviction, the mystery of Patrick Kearney lingers. He remains a study in contradictions, a man of intelligence and composure who committed acts of unthinkable cruelty, a figure who embodied both order and chaos within a single mind. In a strange way, his silence after the trial became his final statement. He never sought to explain, justify, or dramatize. He simply accepted the truth as a fact, a consequence of his own design. And in that acceptance, he became something uniquely haunting. A man who found peace not through innocence or repentance, but through the unwavering calm of acknowledgement. In the end, his trial was not a spectacle of outrage or redemption. Chapter 11: The Arrest, How Kearney Was Finally Caught. For more than a decade, Patrick Kearney's existence unfolded like a quiet riddle spread across the California landscape. His crimes, though horrifying, seemed to evaporate into the dusty air of the desert highways, leaving behind almost nothing that could lead back to him. The bodies were found dismembered, sealed in thick black plastic, and scattered in remote ravines or along isolated roadsides. Each discovery sent investigators into a frenzy, yet each case stalled the moment it began. The victims, often transient young men or hitchhikers, left few trails of their own. There was no pattern that seemed to connect them, no single thread that law enforcement could hold on to. By the mid-1970s, however, the tide was beginning to shift. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, alongside other regional agencies, had begun quietly coordinating after a series of similar body discoveries. The trash bag murders, as they were informally dubbed by detectives, had started to attract attention due to their eerie consistency. The disposal sites were clean, the cuts precise, and the evidence nearly non-existent. This was no crime of passion, the investigators realized. It was the work of someone disciplined, intelligent, and deliberate. Yet, for all their speculation, they had no face to match the fear. The break in the case came not from a calculated investigation, but from chance, a moment of human emotion that cracked open a decade of secrecy. Patrick Kearney had been living a quiet, seemingly stable life with his partner, David Hill. Together, they had built a life that appeared outwardly normal. They owned a modest home in Redondo Beach, kept to themselves, and maintained steady employment. To neighbors, they were polite and private. Nothing about them suggested the presence of one of America's most prolific serial killers. But beneath the surface, tensions had begun to build. Hill had become uneasy with Kearney's distant moods and unexplained absences. Their relationship, though outwardly calm, was straining under the weight of unspoken truths. In early 1977, that tension snapped. After a heated argument, Kearney left the house, his composure briefly fractured. He returned hours later, calm again, but something had changed in the air between them. Shortly after, a young man named John LeMay, a friend of Hill's, visited their home in hopes of reconnecting with Patrick. What happened next would shatter the illusion of normalcy forever. Patrick, who had long since refined his method of luring victims, invited LeMay inside. Neighbors heard nothing unusual that night. No shouting, no struggle, no sounds of distress. Yet by the next morning, John LeMay was gone, and within days, parts of his dismembered body were discovered off a desert road near Riverside, sealed, as always, in black plastic bags. When police traced LeMay's last known whereabouts, the trail led back to Kearney and Hill's home. A few witnesses had seen him there, and that alone was enough to raise quiet alarm. Detectives approached the couple under the guise of a routine inquiry. Patrick greeted them politely, as he always did, with a soft-spoken demeanor that disarmed suspicion. He denied nothing but offered little. Hill, however, seemed visibly shaken. After the officers left, panic began to take hold between them. The calm life they had built was collapsing, and Hill feared what would come next. Within weeks, the pressure became unbearable. As investigators began digging deeper into their connection with LeMay, Hill made a decision that would change everything. He went to the police. It wasn't a confession born of guilt, but one born of fear and desperation. He told detectives that Patrick had admitted to killing LeMay and possibly others. What began as whispers turned into a flood of revelations. Under questioning, Hill described Kearney's strange habits. The late-night drives, the cleaning rituals, the nervous disappearances, and the black plastic bags always kept in the trunk of the car. That testimony was enough for police to act. A warrant was issued, and on July 1, 1977, law enforcement arrived at Kearney's home in Redondo Beach. But Patrick wasn't there. He and Hill had fled 2 days earlier, setting off on a desperate road trip through the desert highways that had once hidden his crimes. It was a haunting symmetry, Kearney now running through the same landscape that had once served as his dumping ground. The manhunt stretched across several states. Every law enforcement bulletin carried Kearney's photo. A thin, balding man with wire-rimmed glasses and a calm, almost mild expression. It was not the face of a monster, yet everyone who looked at it now knew what that quiet exterior concealed. Still, Kearney's intellect and discipline worked in his favor. He and Hill moved cautiously, avoiding main roads and sleeping in their car when possible. They lived off small amounts of cash Patrick had hidden away, meticulous even in flight. For nearly 2 weeks, they evaded capture. But unlike many fugitives, Kearney wasn't running to escape justice. He was running to buy time, to decide what came next. The silence between him and Hill during that journey was heavy with realization. Hill, terrified yet bound to Patrick by years of shared life, said little. Kearney drove calmly, his mind as ordered as ever, calculating outcomes, imagining scenarios, and perhaps, for the first time, confronting the end of his control by mid-July. The FBI had joined the search, coordinating with state and local authorities to track down any trace of the couple. Their car had been spotted at a service station outside El Paso, Texas, but by the time officers arrived, it was gone. News of the manhunt spread across the country, and the media dubbed Kearney the trash bag killer. A name that would stick forever, But what no one could have predicted was that Patrick Kearney would decide his own ending. On July 23, 1977, in a move that stunned investigators, he and David Hill walked into the Riverside County Sheriff's Department unannounced. There was no dramatic arrest, no violent confrontation. Patrick simply walked to the front desk, asked to speak with a detective, and quietly turned himself in. The officers, caught off guard, verified his identity twice before believing what they were seeing. The man they had been hunting for weeks stood before them, calm, polite, and entirely composed. When asked why he had surrendered, Kearney replied in a measured tone, "Because running doesn't change anything." He then requested to speak privately, not to a lawyer, but to the lead investigator. Once seated in the interview room, he began what would become one of the most detailed and chilling confessions in American criminal history. There was no hesitation, no deflection. For hours, he spoke in a quiet, methodical voice, recounting murders stretching back over 10 years. Investigators were stunned by his clarity. He provided names, dates, and locations with an almost photographic memory. His recollections were so specific that officers were able to locate remains they had never known existed. He was like a man reciting a schedule, one detective recalled later. There was no guilt, no pride, just precision. As the interviews continued, Patrick never once asked for a lawyer. He waived his rights, signed every document, and assisted in verifying each statement. He even drew maps of disposal sites, marking with eerie accuracy where the bodies could be found. Each revelation deepened the horror of what he had done, but also the fascination with how a man so calm, so ordinary, could carry such darkness for so long. That be why the end of the third day of questioning, law enforcement realized they were dealing with something unprecedented. The confession that followed Patrick Kearney's surrender was unlike anything investigators had ever experienced. It was not the rambling or defensive narrative typical of a criminal cornered by evidence. It was calm, chronological, and disturbingly thorough. Patrick spoke softly, as if recounting a series of old memories rather than acts of unimaginable violence. There was no emotion in his voice, no trace of remorse, no tremor of fear. He was a man explaining the mechanics of his own past, piece by piece, with the detachment of someone cataloging data rather than describing death. In the small interrogation room, detectives sat in silence, listening as Kearney described how he selected his victims, what he felt before and after, and how he disposed of their remains. He never once raised his voice, never became agitated, and never paused for long. At times, he even corrected himself, revising minor details like the make of a car or the exact location of a roadside turnoff. To the officers, it was chilling, not only the content of what he said, but the control with which he said it. They later compared it to listening to a machine speak in human form. Over several days, Kearney gave the police one of the most complete confessions in the history of American serial crime. He identified at least 21 victims, many of whom had never even been listed as connected cases. He drew rough sketches of highways, desert trails, and ravines, marking where the remains could be found. And when detectives checked his maps, they were stunned to find that every location corresponded to an unsolved discovery or missing persons report. His memory was exact to the smallest degree. What struck investigators most was how little Patrick sought to justify his actions. Unlike many killers who blamed circumstance, addiction, or trauma, he made no attempt to shift responsibility. When asked why he killed, he often responded with a quiet honesty that felt both terrifying and enigmatic. "I didn't hate them," he said once. "It wasn't about anger. It was about control." He spoke of his actions as though they had been inevitable, almost mechanical, a compulsion that became part of his identity before he even realized it. The confession expanded beyond the limits of the investigation. Detectives from multiple jurisdictions began arriving in Riverside to compare notes and cross-reference unsolved cases. As the list of names grew, it became clear that Kearney's crimes had stretched across nearly a decade and spanned much of Southern California. Some of the victims were young hitchhikers, others drifters, and a few were men Kearney had met in bars or public places. Each case bore the same pattern: trust gained, control asserted, and silence left behind. By the fifth day of interrogation, the atmosphere in the room had shifted from disbelief to quiet awe. Kearney's knowledge of forensic details was remarkable. He seemed to understand how investigations worked and how to avoid leaving evidence behind. He explained his use of plastic bags, the way he cleaned his vehicle, the precautions he took to minimize trace material. He had lived his double life with precision, maintaining his day job as an engineer while constructing a hidden world of horror that had remained invisible for years. One detective, after hours of listening, finally asked him directly, "You knew what you were doing was wrong. Why didn't you stop?" Patrick looked down for a moment, then said softly, "Because it was easier to continue than to stop. Once something becomes part of you, it's difficult to let it go." There was no dramatic emphasis in his tone, just a factual resignation. The psychological evaluations that followed painted a complex picture. Patrick Kearney was not delusional, not psychotic, and not driven by hallucinations or voices. He was fully aware of reality. His crimes, the experts concluded, stemmed from a profound inability to connect emotionally with others, combined with compulsive tendencies and deep-seated control issues. In other words, he killed because he could, and because in those moments he felt entirely in command of a world that often made him feel powerless. Meanwhile, the public's reaction was one of disbelief. When his name and face appeared in newspapers and on television, those who had known him in passing refused to believe it. Former co-workers described him as polite and brilliant, someone who worked quietly and never caused trouble. Neighbors recalled a man who smiled, waved, and offered to help carry groceries. The contrast between the outward persona and the inner reality was staggering. A reminder that monsters could wear ordinary faces, live in ordinary homes, and pass through life unnoticed as more evidence surfaced. Detectives confirmed that Patrick's confessions were genuine. They located several previously undiscovered remains based on his descriptions. In each case, the precision of his information was undeniable. He could point to a stretch of desert and describe where, under the dust and sagebrush, a particular bone fragment would be found, and he was never wrong. It was as if his mind had mapped every act with forensic clarity. When the interviews finally concluded, Kearney sat in silence as the officers stepped out to compile their reports. There was no visible relief, no anxiety, no exhaustion. He simply waited, his hands folded neatly on the table. When the lead investigator returned and thanked him for his cooperation, Patrick nodded slightly and said, "You're welcome." The calmness of his response unsettled everyone in the room. Soon after, he was transferred to Los Angeles County to await formal arraignment. The press swarmed the courthouse, shouting questions as officers led him inside. Cameras flashed, and reporters competed for the best angle. Kearney, dressed simply and clean-shaven, looked neither defiant nor ashamed. His expression was blank, his posture composed. When one journalist called out, "Patrick, why did you turn yourself in?" he replied evenly, "Because it was time." Those words became one of the most quoted lines of the entire case. They embodied everything about Kearney that the public couldn't understand. A man who had eluded capture for years, who could have fled the country if he chose, but who instead walked calmly into a police station and surrendered. It was an ending that defied logic, yet felt completely consistent with his nature. He had lived by order and control, and in the end, he chose to end his story the same way, on his own terms. Behind the scenes, detectives continued to uncover evidence from his home. Tools, plastic rolls, and a meticulous record of cleaning supplies and car maintenance. Every object spoke of preparation and foresight. But beyond the horror, investigators were struck by one thing: how ordinary everything looked. His home was spotless, his car well kept, his bookshelves filled with technical manuals and novels. There was no chaos, no madness, only order. When the final tally of charges was compiled, Patrick Kearney was accused of 21 murders, with suspicions that the true number was even higher. His cooperation meant that many families, who had waited years for answers, finally received closure. Yet, even as justice took its course, the question of why lingered. Psychologists, criminologists, and the public all searched for meaning in his actions. But Kearney himself offered no revelation. His confessions were factual, not emotional. He never claimed to understand himself fully, nor did he seek redemption. Chapter 12: Unraveling the Evidence, Confessions, Forensics, and Discovery of Victims. When Patrick Kearney was finally behind bars, the investigation entered a new and more meticulous phase. What had begun as an unimaginable confession now had to be translated into tangible, verifiable evidence. The detectives who had first sat across from Kearney were now joined by forensic specialists, crime scene technicians, and investigators from multiple counties. Their task was monumental: to match Kearney's words to the physical reality scattered across Southern California's deserts, highways, and coastlines. In the days that followed, Kearney's confessions guided police like a grim map. He recalled precise turnoffs along Interstate 10, quiet stretches of desert beyond Indio, and remote ravines in Riverside County where he had left remains. Officers armed with shovels and evidence bags began the slow, methodical process of exhuming fragments of truth from the earth. What they found matched Kearney's accounts with eerie accuracy. Human bones, bleached by the sun, worn by years of weather, lay in shallow graves just as he described. Some were wrapped in fragments of plastic that had survived the desert winds. Every discovery deepened the realization that they were not just uncovering isolated murders but a long, continuous pattern of predation. Each site told the same silent story. A man with precision, ritual, and patience had operated for years without leaving a trace that could be followed. He had chosen his dumping grounds like an engineer, isolated, accessible, and difficult for searchers to reach. The investigators began to appreciate just how deliberate his methods were. In the lab, forensic analysts faced the daunting task of identifying the remains. Many of the victims had been missing for years, with no fingerprints or dental records readily available. Technology in the 1970s offered few shortcuts. There were no DNA databases, no digital archives, only the careful comparison of bone structure, dental impressions, and personal artifacts. Each identification was a small victory, a name restored to someone long forgotten. And yet, for every body matched, there were others whose identities remained a mystery. Detectives began piecing together timelines based on Kearney's own recollections. He was remarkably consistent, recalling the years, seasons, and even the approximate weather on certain nights. "It was after rain," he once said about one burial. "The soil was soft. I didn't need to dig much." His words helped pinpoint dates that matched missing persons reports. In time, a haunting mosaic emerged. Young men disappearing from Los Angeles, San Diego, and Orange County, all vanishing into the same quiet void that Kearney had created. The forensic teams noted something unsettling about the remains. They bore signs not of rage or chaos but of calculated dissection. Kearney's precision extended beyond his methods of disposal. He seemed to treat the aftermath of each killing with the same clinical detachment he applied to his professional life. This level of control fascinated criminal psychologists. To them, Patrick was not a killer who lost control. He was a killer who found control through the act itself, at the same time. Investigators searched his home in Redondo Beach for corroborating evidence. What they found spoke volumes. Rolls of industrial-grade plastic bags, surgical blades, cleaning solvents, and a collection of technical manuals about anatomy and mechanics. Nothing in the house screamed of violence, but everything hinted at planning. His workshop was spotless, tools arranged by size, each drawer labeled. It was a craftsman's space, except the craft, they now realized, was death point. One of the most haunting discoveries was how ordinary his domestic life appeared. Neighbors had always remarked on the cleanliness of his property, the meticulous way he washed his car, the absence of noise or conflict. Now, standing in that immaculate home, detectives saw it differently. The order was not a sign of pride, it was evidence of compulsion. Kearney had built a world where nothing could be out of place, not even the aftermath of murder. Meanwhile, forensic anthropologists and pathologists worked around the clock. They compared microscopic striations on bone surfaces, searched for traces of tool marks, and examined soil samples for decomposition patterns. Each clue was logged, photographed, and entered into a growing mountain of evidence. Slowly, methodically, the prosecution began building a case that would not rely solely on Kearney's confession but on verifiable proof. Among the many challenges was the passage of time. Some remains had been exposed to the elements for nearly a decade. Others had been carried off by animals or disturbed by weather. It required patience and precision to separate what was human from what was environmental. One anthropologist later described it as excavating silence. Every fragment recovered told a whisper of a story, a life cut short, a path erased, and a secret buried beneath desert sands. The more they uncovered, the more they realized how calculated Kearney's selection process had been. He often chose victims who were transient, young men traveling alone, hitchhikers, or those living on the margins of society. People who could disappear without immediate notice. Police found it devastatingly efficient. A killer who not only erased lives but anticipated how long it would take before anyone noticed. During interviews, Kearney continued to cooperate. He provided additional sketches, sometimes correcting earlier details when he remembered them differently. His recall was near photographic. When detectives asked about one particular case from 1974, he closed his eyes briefly, then said, "It was on a Tuesday. I remember because I had taken the car in for service the day before." His ability to anchor each memory in routine events stunned investigators. It was as though his mind had recorded two lives running parallel, one ordinary and one monstrous. Back at headquarters, maps began to fill the walls, pins marking every site, every discovery, every identified victim. From Los Angeles to San Bernardino, from Riverside to the Coachella Valley, the pattern stretched outward like a web. Each red pin was a silent testimony to Kearney's precision, but together, they formed a portrait of staggering scale. Detectives began calling him the Road Engineer, a grim nickname referring to the way he had mapped his routes of death. For the families of the victims, the process was agonizing. Many had lived years in uncertainty, their sons and brothers written off as runaways or wanderers. Now, at last, they were receiving answers, but answers wrapped in horror. Officers made the calls with compassion, delivering the truth as gently as possible. Some families found closure. Others could not bear to hear the details. Yet, beneath the grief, there was also relief that the nameless had been named again. The media, of course, followed every development closely. Headlines screamed of the trash bag killer, the moniker that the press had coined based on the disposal methods. To the public, the nickname sounded sensational. To investigators, it was tragically apartment plastic had been both his shield and his signature, ordinary material used for extraordinary concealment. As the evidence mounted, prosecutors prepared for what would become one of the most meticulously documented serial murder cases of the decade. They had confessions, corroboration, physical evidence, and forensic confirmation. Yet the man at the center of it all remained strangely unchanged, calm, cooperative, and devoid of visible remorse. He had confessed everything willingly, and now, he seemed content to watch the system do its work. In the weeks that followed Kearney's initial confession, what had begun as a man's disturbing narrative grew into one of the most complex and haunting criminal investigations of the decade. Every new day brought a deeper layer of revelation, as detectives and forensic experts slowly reconstructed the hidden timeline of his crimes. The once fragmented picture of unsolved disappearances was now becoming a connected, chilling sequence, each crime leading seamlessly into the next. With Kearney at its silent center, detectives worked tirelessly to piece together the movement of Kearney's life. His workplaces, his commutes, his weekends, and even his preferred gas stations. Anything that could anchor specific murders to places and times. They realized that his killings often coincided with subtle disruptions in his personal routine. A fight with David Hill, a difficult project at work, or even a sense of loneliness could act as triggers. But unlike most killers who spiraled into chaos, Patrick didn't act impulsively. He waited for the feeling to settle, then moved forward with chilling deliberation. He was methodical, always thinking 3 steps ahead, yet somehow blind to the inevitability of being caught. The forensic teams, meanwhile, were uncovering details that bordered on the unimaginable. In cases where remains were too fragmented for full reconstruction, they relied on micro-evidence, tiny traces of human hair, fibers from the plastic bags, even residue from the cleaning agents Kearney had used. Under magnification, these clues told silent truths. The same brand of industrial trash bags appeared across multiple sites. The same chemical compounds in cleaning solutions linked different disposal locations. Slowly, these seemingly small details merged into one undeniable conclusion. This was one man's work, spanning years, carried out with surgical precision in an era before modern DNA forensics. Such connections required extraordinary effort. Each piece of evidence was photographed by hand, cataloged meticulously, and compared through long hours of manual cross-referencing. The detectives who handled the evidence spoke of how surreal it felt. Here was a killer who had operated in plain sight, working a respectable job, attending barbecues, taking Sunday drives, and yet living a parallel life defined entirely by death and control. The banality of his existence made his crimes even more unsettling. Kearney, for his part, showed an unnerving level of cooperation. He corrected investigators when they misplaced a location, clarified details of his routes, and even described the landscapes as they looked years earlier, recalling details about the growth of shrubs, the shape of a road bend, or a now-demolished structure. To the detectives, it felt like following a tour guide through a geography of horror. Yet his tone remained clinical, factual, never emotional. He didn't use euphemisms or display regret. He simply presented his memories as though he were describing the function of a machine. Psychologists observing the interviews noted something remarkable. Kearney seemed less like a man confessing guilt and more like a technician explaining an experiment. His memory was astonishing, his spatial awareness precise, his emotional expression nearly absent. It was as if each crime had been stored as data rather than memory, catalogued and archived in his mind like the components of an engineering project. When asked if he ever felt remorse, he would answer plainly, "No, it wasn't personal." Those 5 words chilled every listener. The physical evidence began to merge seamlessly with his confessions. The type of trash bags, the knots used to seal them, and the methods of disposal formed a forensic fingerprint unique to Kearney. He had never meant to leave a trace, yet his consistency, his obsession with precision, ironically became his undoing. The very perfection that made him invisible for so long now allowed investigators to link everything together. One particularly haunting discovery came from the analysis of several recovered remains. Forensic scientists noticed that, in many cases, the cuts were so clean that they suggested both anatomical knowledge and a detached mindset. These were not rage-filled attacks. They were deliberate, planned acts carried out with calm efficiency. A criminologist later remarked, "It was as though he was performing maintenance, not murder." That single observation captured the unnerving essence of Patrick Kearney. Violence stripped of chaos, emotion removed from brutality. As more victims were identified, the scope of his crimes became clearer. The confirmed number quickly rose past 20. Then 30. Kearney, always calm, would sometimes add quietly, "There were more." Detectives asked how many. He hesitated, not in fear, but in calculation, before replying, "I stopped counting." That statement became one of the most quoted lines in every newspaper across the country. The media framed it as the ultimate confession of a man who had transcended the moral boundaries of ordinary crime. Behind the scenes, however, investigators focused on something else: motive. If not rage or pleasure, then what drove him? Some suggested power, the godlike control of life and death. Others argued that it was a twisted coping mechanism for his deep-seated feelings of inadequacy and isolation. Kearney himself gave little insight. "It made things quiet," he said once when asked why. "Everything stopped. No noise, no worry." That cryptic answer struck the psychiatrists as both horrifying and revealing. For Kearney, the act was not about dominance or hatred. It was about silencing his own internal unrest. As investigators continued to gather evidence, they were astounded by how far back the murders stretched. His earliest confirmed killings traced to the mid-1960s, nearly a decade before his final arrest. That meant he had lived through major societal shifts: the Vietnam War, the rise of counterculture, and the growing media fascination with serial killers, without ever drawing suspicion. He had, in essence, outlasted the decades. The discovery of additional disposal sites reinforced this timeline. Kearney had used not only remote desert areas but also drainage canals, industrial waste grounds, and even the Pacific Ocean. Each site had been selected with careful planning. He understood the rate of decomposition, the effect of temperature, and the habits of scavengers. His awareness of environmental factors was not instinctive, it was studied. It was as though he treated the natural world as part of his method, calculating how time and decay could erase evidence faster than any human could. The deeper investigators dug, the clearer it became that Kearney's life had been a paradox of simplicity and complexity. Outwardly, he was a polite, punctual man. Inwardly, he had created a hidden system of death so structured that even the chaos of murder became a predictable pattern. That pattern fascinated criminal analysts and terrified the public. It suggested that evil didn't always wear a monstrous face. It could look like the quiet neighbor next door. By early 1978, the forensic phase of the investigation had evolved into documentation. The team assembled a report detailing each recovered site, every identified victim, and every corroborated statement. The final compilation exceeded hundreds of pages, accompanied by photographs, maps, and diagrams. An archive of one man's concealed reign of terror. Prosecutors would later call it a crime scene that stretched across California. Yet, even as they built this mountain of evidence, Patrick Kearney remained detached. He had confessed to everything voluntarily, and he showed no sign of resistance as the full picture of his crimes emerged. For the detectives, that composure was almost eerie. One described it best. He didn't fear the truth being exposed. He seemed relieved that someone else was finally carrying it. Chapter 13, The Trial of Shadows, Inside the Courtroom of a Killer. By the spring of 1978, the long and haunting investigation into Patrick Kearney had finally reached the moment that would bring the invisible horrors of his past into the light of justice. The confessions had been recorded, the evidence catalogued, and the bodies, those that could be found, painstakingly identified. Now, in the still air of a California courthouse, the man known to the world as the trash bag killer would face the judicial reckoning that his years of violence had earned. Yet, as the courtroom prepared for one of the most unnerving trials in modern memory, those who had come to witness it realized something extraordinary. This would not be a trial of denial or protest. It would be a quiet confrontation between fact, reason, and the unsettling calm of a man who had already confessed to everything. From the first day, Patrick Kearney's demeanor baffled observers. As he entered the courtroom, there were no visible signs of defiance or fear. He did not glance nervously at the journalists lining the benches, nor did he seek comfort from anyone present. Instead, he carried himself with the same restrained composure that had defined his entire existence. He wore simple, plain clothing, glasses perched on his nose, and an expression that hovered somewhere between boredom and quiet resignation. It was this stillness, so utterly void of emotion, that sent shivers through those in attendance. The man seated before them was responsible for one of the longest and most organized chains of murders in California's history, yet he looked like an accountant called to court for an audit. The prosecution, led by Deputy District Attorney Roger Kelly, had spent months preparing a case that would withstand scrutiny even without Kearney's cooperation. They knew he had confessed, but they also understood that the magnitude of his crimes required a presentation so complete, so airtight, that it would forever stand as a record of accountability. Kearney had waived his right to a jury trial, preferring to submit his case to a judge. This decision, made with cold efficiency, surprised no one who understood him. For Patrick, it was another exercise in control. He wanted a predictable outcome, a process free from emotion or spectacle. As the proceedings began, the courtroom was filled with an odd stillness. The air carried a weight, a sense of quiet dread that seemed to grow with every statement of fact. Reporters scribbled furiously, their pens echoing faintly in the silence. Family members of victims sat in the gallery, some clutching photographs, others staring blankly ahead. For them, this was not a day of closure, but a day of reckoning with the unthinkable. They would finally hear, in clinical detail, the acts that had stolen their loved ones away. The prosecution's opening statement was methodical, mirroring the tone of the man they were prosecuting. Kelly described a pattern of crimes that spanned years and counties, each executed with chilling precision. He spoke of bodies found in desert ravines, of trash bags sealed with uniform knots, of forensic links that bound them all together. His words were calm, deliberate, unembellished, because the horror, he knew, spoke for itself. This case, he told the court, is not one of impulse or madness. It is one of calculation, of a man who understood exactly what he was doing and did it again and again. When it came time for the defense to speak, the mood did not shift. Kearney's attorney, a public defender assigned to his case, presented no elaborate argument for innocence. Instead, he confirmed what everyone already knew. His client would plead guilty. He spoke briefly of Patrick's cooperation, his willingness to assist investigators, and his full acceptance of responsibility. It was a quiet statement, one that felt almost procedural. Yet beneath its simplicity was the enormity of what it meant. A man who had confessed to more than 20 murders was now formally acknowledging them in a court of law. Forensic experts, detectives, and psychologists were then called to the stand. Each provided fragments of the vast mosaic that made up the case. The first witnesses described the physical evidence: trash bags, fragments of bone, matching chemical residues. Then came the testimony of those who had worked directly with Kearney. One detective recounted how Kearney had corrected them during an interview, politely reminding them of an overlooked location. "He was precise," the detective said, his voice steady. "He didn't lie. He didn't hesitate. He just remembered." When the forensic pathologists took the stand, the courtroom fell into an uneasy hush. They spoke of the nature of the remains, of the precision of the cuts, of the near-sterile conditions in which some of the bodies had been dismembered. The level of control and detachment was, they explained, unprecedented. "He was not driven by rage," one expert testified. "He was driven by order, by the elimination of chaos." Those words rippled through the room because they described not just a killer's method, but his entire philosophy. Psychiatrists who had interviewed Kearney were next. Their assessments painted a picture of a man who defied traditional profiles. He was not psychotic, they said. He did not hear voices, nor did he act from delusion. Instead, he displayed traits of severe antisocial personality disorder and narcissism, an intellect untethered by empathy. He understood morality, one psychiatrist noted. He simply did not apply it to himself. Through it all, Kearney remained still. He occasionally glanced toward the evidence as it was displayed, showing faint recognition, as if he were observing someone else's story. He took notes occasionally, not out of defense but seemingly out of habit, as though he were cataloging the trial itself in the same way he had cataloged his crimes. For those watching, it was this normalcy that unsettled them most, the absence of visible conflict in a man being confronted with the sum of his atrocities when asked by the judge if he wished to address the court. Kearney stood, adjusted his glasses, and spoke softly. His words were brief. "I'm responsible. I did what they said. I accept that. That was all. No justification, no plea for forgiveness, no attempt at understanding." Then he sat down again, hands folded neatly before him, as if the act of confession itself was merely a final calculation completed. The prosecution continued to present evidence for days. Maps, timelines, charts linking each victim to Kearney's own accounts. The consistency was staggering. There were no contradictions, no missing details. Even the few discrepancies that arose were minor, small differences in dates or geography that could be explained by time. It became clear to everyone present that this was not a man cornered into admission. This was a man who had decided, with mathematical certainty, to end his own deception. Outside the courthouse, media coverage reached a fever pitch. Television cameras crowded the steps, and headlines across the nation spoke of the trash bag killer trial. Yet despite the attention, there were few theatrics inside. The trial unfolded with the same quiet inevitability that had defined Kearney's entire life. It was not a drama of guilt and innocence. It was a meticulous documentation of truth. The final day of testimony brought forward a moment that silenced even the most hardened observers. A father of one of the victims stood to read a statement. His voice trembled as he spoke of his son, of the years lost to uncertainty, and of the pain of finally knowing the truth. The courtroom became a strange theater of contradictions. On one hand stood the families of victims, hollowed, silent, holding faded photographs and the weight of years spent not knowing. On the other sat Patrick Kearney, small, neat, unassuming, with an expression that betrayed neither remorse nor pride. He appeared more like a tired accountant than a man accused of one of California's most chilling serial murder sprees. Yet behind that calm face lay the memories of at least 21 confirmed victims, possibly many more. By the time the trial began, Kearney's cooperation had already shocked investigators. He had admitted to the killings with unnerving clarity, recounting how he chose, lured, killed, and disposed of his victims. He drew maps, recalled names, and pointed to dumping grounds with a precision that stunned everyone in the room. The prosecution, though prepared for a lengthy legal battle, found themselves in an unusual position. The defendant was not fighting the charges. In fact, he seemed almost eager to lay everything bare. Psychologists observing him described Kearney as detached from the emotional consequences of his crimes. He spoke as if describing someone else's actions, as if the murders were methodical experiments rather than acts of violence. His tone was cold, but not defiant, clinical, as if he had long accepted what he was and felt no need to resist it anymore. The courtroom reporters noted how jurors often glanced away when he spoke, unsettled by the calmness with which he described dismemberment and disposal. It wasn't the horror in his words that chilled them most. It was the lack of horror in his delivery. The evidence, though, was overwhelming even without his confessions. Forensic analysis of remains found along highways, fields, and desert stretches revealed consistent patterns. The same cutting tools, similar disposal methods, and traces of the same black plastic trash bags. Police had recovered fragments of evidence from Kearney's home that tied back to the crimes: knives, blood residues, and even sections of carpet that matched microscopic fibers found with the victims. But despite all that, the question of why remained unanswered. During one of the sessions, the prosecution played taped interviews of Kearney's statements to detectives. The jury listened as his voice filled the silent courtroom. Steady, emotionless, almost polite. He detailed the acts not as outbursts of rage but as choices, controlled, deliberate, and executed with eerie precision. When asked why he kept killing, his reply was as haunting as it was simple. It was the only time I felt completely in control. Control. The word lingered in the courtroom like a ghost. To many observers, it seemed that Kearney's crimes were not driven by hatred or chaos, but by an obsession with mastery, over life, over death, and over his own internal void. He had lived his life as someone constantly overlooked, teased, or underestimated. In those acts of killing, he found a twisted sense of authority, the power to end and erase. Yet, in surrendering to the police, he had also given up that power voluntarily. It was as if the man who had controlled everything had finally decided to control the end of his story too. The defense team faced an impossible task. There was no doubt of guilt, no plausible way to argue innocence, and little room for mitigation. They attempted to paint Kearney as a deeply disturbed individual, shaped by early life trauma, isolation, and internalized conflict. They pointed to his repressed identity, the ridicule he suffered in childhood, and the emotional void that seemed to deepen with each passing year. Their argument was not for freedom but for understanding, an appeal to see him as a product of pain rather than pure evil. The prosecution, on the other hand, reminded the court that whatever his past, Kearney had made choices methodical, repeated, and without remorse. They described the victims one by one, each name read aloud like a tolling bell. Many of the victims were young men, hitchhikers, or drifters, faces that the world forgot, but whose stories were now being pieced back together through the horror that ended them. Family members wept silently as prosecutors displayed personal items recovered near disposal sites: watches, bracelets, bits of clothing. For the first time in years, they had answers, but those answers offered little comfort. As the proceedings drew to a close, the judge remarked on the chilling nature of Kearney's candor. He noted that rarely had he encountered a defendant so open about such a vast series of crimes. In the end, Kearney pleaded guilty to 21 counts of murder, a number that authorities believed was still short of the true total. By avoiding a trial, he ensured that the families would not have to endure weeks of detailed testimony. For some, this was a small mercy. For others, it felt like an incomplete ending, too neat for the horrors committed. The sentence was clear and unwavering: life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The courtroom remained silent as the decision was read. Kearney showed no visible reaction, no tears, no sigh of relief, no remorse. He simply nodded once, as if acknowledging a fact he had already accepted long before. After the sentencing, as reporters flooded the steps of the courthouse, detectives who had worked the case reflected on the man they had hunted for years. He had been right there among them, driving highways, working quietly, blending into the fabric of society. There were no wild chases, no dramatic escapes, just a man who, for years, had lived as both killer and neighbor, predator and commuter, invisible in plain sight. In the months following his conviction, Kearney became an object of fascination for criminologists. He did not fit the typical serial killer archetype. He was not impulsive nor sadistic in the conventional sense. Instead, his crimes were rooted in control, precision, and the erasure of identity. He didn't want his victims remembered. He wanted them gone, without a trace. The use of trash bags was not merely a convenience. It symbolized how he viewed human life: disposable, reducible to waste. Yet, despite his cooperation, Kearney never fully revealed the extent of his crimes. Detectives suspected there were many more victims, perhaps 30 or even 40, whose remains were never found. The California desert, they said, had a way of keeping its secrets. Over time, the case faded from national headlines, replaced by newer names and fresher horrors. But for the families, the story never ended. In his prison interviews, Kearney remained as detached as ever. When asked if he regretted what he had done, he would pause, as if considering the concept itself. "I regret getting caught," he once said flatly, before adding, "but maybe it was necessary." To some, it sounded like a rare flicker of conscience. To others, it was simply another calculated response from a man who had spent his life mastering control. Even over words, Patrick Kearney's sentencing closed one of the darkest chapters in California's criminal history, but his shadow lingered long after the courtroom lights dimmed. The man who seemed invisible, polite, and meticulous had taught the world a terrifying truth. Sometimes evil doesn't wear the face of a monster. It wears the face of someone ordinary, someone you'd never notice twice. And in that ordinariness lies the deepest horror of all. Chapter 14, Legacy of Fear. In the years that followed Patrick Kearney's conviction, Southern California began to breathe again, but the air still felt heavy, as though the ghosts of the vanished lingered between the desert winds and the coastal highways. The media had called him the trash bag killer, a name that both simplified and obscured the horror of what he had done. For some, the phrase became shorthand for fear, an echo of the 1970s, a decade when America's highways seemed haunted by predators cloaked in normalcy. Yet for the detectives, the survivors, and the families of the victims, the legacy of Patrick Kearney was not just a story of murder. It was a story of oversight, of psychology, of society's blindness to quiet monsters. When the final sentence was handed down, the public's fascination did not end. The press continued to dissect Kearney's life with clinical obsession. Who he was, why he did it, how he managed to remain unseen for so long. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Kearney did not exude the flamboyance or chaos that often marked killers of his era. There were no grand theatrics, no desperate bids for attention. He killed without spectacle, and he lived without suspicion. That was perhaps the most terrifying thing about him. He made murder look ordinary. In the aftermath of his capture, investigators across multiple states began reopening old cases. There were missing men, travelers, drifters, runaways, whose disappearances stretched across years. Some were thought to have been victims of other killers, but the patterns, once re-examined, bore familiar traits. Clean dismemberment, lack of struggle, disposal in remote areas, and plastic wrappings. Soon, dozens of cases were reviewed in connection with Kearney. Forensic evidence at the time was still in its infancy, and DNA technology was years away from revolutionizing criminal investigations. Many families never received confirmation, only suspicion that their loved ones had crossed paths with him. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, which had spent years chasing shadows, became determined to study Kearney's methods, not to glorify him, but to prevent another like him from slipping through unnoticed. His case began appearing in law enforcement seminars, serving as a grim model for understanding organized, methodical serial killers. He was not impulsive, and that made him particularly dangerous. He planned his killings with almost military precision, leaving little behind. This rationality was deeply disturbing. He did not kill out of rage, but from an internal logic that made sense only to him. Psychologists and criminologists soon began referring to Kearney as an example of the self-contained killer. An individual who compartmentalized his life so cleanly that he could commit atrocities and then go to work, shop for groceries, or chat politely with neighbors hours later. He wasn't a drifter or loner hiding in back alleys. He was a man who paid his bills on time, kept his home neat, and loved his dogs. This incongruity forced society to reconsider its image of what evil looked like. Monsters, it seemed, could wear the faces of ordinary men. The aftermath of Kearney's crimes had a ripple effect on the LGBTQ+ community as well. During the 1970s, being openly gay was still fraught with risk, and Kearney's sexuality became a point of sensational focus for the media. Headlines at the time often painted his orientation as part of the pathology, an unfortunate reflection of how prejudice and misunderstanding dominated public discourse. Many in the community feared backlash, worrying that his crimes would deepen existing stigmas. Activists fought to separate his identity from his actions, reminding the public that Kearney's monstrosity had nothing to do with who he loved. It was rooted in psychological deviance, not sexuality. Yet even within that, there was a strange duality. Kearney had lived a committed relationship with his partner, David Hill, 4 years. Hill had no knowledge of the killings, and when the truth emerged, he was shattered. Interviews from the time describe him as withdrawn, stunned into silence by the revelation that the man he shared a life with had been one of California's most prolific murderers. Friends and neighbors who had known them as a quiet couple were equally horrified. To them, Patrick had always seemed gentle, intelligent, even kind. The realization that such darkness could coexist with apparent tenderness shook people's faith in their own instincts. The families of the victims carried that shock in a far heavier way. For them, justice was a fragile word, something that acknowledged loss but could not undo it. Many of them had waited years for answers, only to learn that their sons and brothers had been discarded like refuse in plastic bags. The metaphor became painfully literal. Loved ones reduced to something thrown away. Support groups began to form among the affected families, offering spaces where grief could be shared. For some, simply knowing the truth brought closure. For others, it only deepened the wound. In California's criminal archives, the Kearney case stood out for another reason: his cooperation with authorities. While many serial killers taunted investigators or reveled in manipulation, Kearney's decision to confess and guide police to remains was perplexing. He did not seem driven by guilt, but rather by exhaustion. It was as if his double life had become too heavy to carry, and surrender was not atonement, but relief. He seemed tired, one detective later said, like a man who had finally stopped running, not from the law, but from himself. His willingness to confess helped uncover truths about several victims who might never have been identified otherwise. But it also revealed a void in the criminal justice system, one that allowed individuals like him to operate for years unnoticed. Many of his victims had been transient or marginalized, living on the edges of society where disappearance was easily overlooked. Their vanishings were rarely linked, their stories often dismissed as runaways or misadventures. Kearney had exploited that blind spot, choosing his victims not just for vulnerability, but for their invisibility. As the 1980s began, law enforcement across the United States found themselves confronting a grim reality. The country had more serial killers than anyone had imagined. Kearney's case, along with those of other killers like Randy Kraft and William Bonin, forced California to re-examine its investigative frameworks. Interdepartmental communication improved, forensic databases began to emerge, and behavioral profiling became a more formalized tool. The FBI's behavioral science unit studied Kearney's interviews closely, dissecting his words and demeanor for insight into how such minds operated without outward instability. In classrooms and training manuals, Kearney's name became synonymous with the quiet predator, the man who could murder without visible motive or mania. He was a template of what psychologists called functional psychopathy, a condition where an individual's capacity for empathy and conscience is so diminished that they can mimic normal behavior flawlessly. His case served as a chilling warning. Some killers don't act out of compulsion or rage. They act out of a void, a dispassionate hunger for control that masquerades as normalcy. But perhaps the most enduring part of Kearney's legacy was not in police manuals or psychological papers. It lived in the everyday fear of the unknown. People began locking their doors a little earlier, trusting strangers a little less. The casual hitchhiking culture that had flourished in the 1970s declined sharply. Parents warned their children about kindness to strangers, and the word serial killer, once rarely used, became part of America's vocabulary. Kearney, like others of his era, had helped shape the collective paranoia of a generation. Patrick Kearney's name may have faded from headlines, but his story lingered quietly in the background of American criminal history, like an echo that refused to vanish completely. The fear he inspired continued to shape communities, not through open terror, but through the silent shift in how people perceived safety, trust, and the fragility of life itself. By the 1980s and beyond, investigators, scholars, and even ordinary citizens began to see his legacy as more than the story of a single killer. It became a mirror reflecting the vulnerabilities of an era and the blind spots of a society that never imagined horror could wear such a polite face. In the years following his imprisonment, Patrick Kearney settled into the California correctional system with unsettling ease. Those who worked in the prison described him as quiet, courteous, and obedient, traits that mirrored the demeanor he had shown on the outside. He kept to himself, rarely engaging in conversation beyond polite necessity. He read constantly, often focusing on technical manuals, psychology books, and literature about control and behavior. To guards and inmates alike, he seemed neither threatening nor remorseful. He looked like someone's grandfather, one former warden recalled. But when you looked in his eyes, there was nothing. No warmth, no sadness, no guilt, just emptiness. Psychologists who later interviewed him in prison described his state of mind as detached, but not delusional. He didn't hear voices, didn't express confusion about morality or reality. Instead, he spoke about his crimes as if they were acts of logic, steps taken in a sequence, devoid of passion or pleasure. His demeanor forced experts to confront a chilling question. How does one understand evil that isn't born from madness, but from calm calculation? The prevailing conclusion was that Kearney embodied a form of psychopathy so cold and self-contained that remorse was irrelevant to him. He didn't need to feel sorry. He had simply acted according to a twisted internal rationale that had no room for empathy. For law enforcement, Kearney's story served as a grim education. Detectives who had once dismissed him as a minor suspect now used his case to teach future generations of investigators about the importance of persistence and interagency cooperation. His ability to blend into society, to kill efficiently and disappear without suspicion, became a cautionary case study for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and beyond. They revisited every overlooked clue, every gap in communication that had allowed him to move freely for nearly a decade. In doing so, they discovered that the failure to share information across counties had cost countless lives. It was a painful truth that reshaped how serial investigations were handled moving forward. As the years passed, the fascination surrounding Kearney's psychology grew. His case was dissected alongside those of other notorious California killers, Randy Kraft and William Bonin, the so-called freeway killers whose crimes overlapped in time and geography. Together, these men painted a portrait of Southern California in the 1970s that was both glittering and grotesque. A land of freedom, sun, and anonymity, where strangers could vanish into the sprawl without notice. Forensic analysts and profilers noted that all three men shared a similar victim type: young men, often drifters or hitchhikers, but Kearney stood apart in his sheer efficiency. His murders were not chaotic or impulsive. They were planned, precise, and eerily neat. While Bonin and Kraft sought power and dominance in their brutality, Kearney sought control in absence, in removal. His victims vanished, their bodies disposed of cleanly, stripped of identifiers, sealed away from the world. He did not crave attention, did not gloat to the media, and did not revel in his notoriety. In that way, he was the purest expression of the silent killer, the one who kills not to be seen, but to erase. Academics studying criminal behavior began referring to Kearney's psychological structure as the erasure complex, a mindset rooted not in rage or lust, but in annihilation of identity. His choice of disposal, plastic bags, symbolized more than convenience. To him, it was a ritual of invisibility, a way to erase the victim from existence entirely. Each bag represented a sealed secret, a compartment in his mind where guilt could never escape. It was methodical, almost ceremonial, and deeply unsettling in its emotional detachment. The true number of Kearney's victims will likely never be known. While 21 murders were confirmed, investigators quietly believed there were many more. Some estimates ranged as high as 43, based on missing persons reports and patterns of unclaimed remains found across California's desert landscapes. Yet, the passage of time worked against discovery. Many remains had long since disappeared beneath shifting sands, their stories swallowed by decades. Occasionally, hikers or construction workers would uncover bones in forgotten stretches of desert, prompting a familiar question whispered in local papers. Could this be another of Kearney's? Meanwhile, the families who had lost loved ones to his violence struggled to rebuild. Some found solace in knowing the killer was behind bars. Others found that knowledge hollow. They wanted to understand what kind of emptiness could drive a person to commit such acts, and how someone could love, laugh, and share a home while carrying such a monstrous secret. David Hill, Kearney's partner, lived with that contradiction every day. He had been thrust into infamy unwillingly, haunted by the question of whether he could have seen the signs. But Kearney had been meticulous, masking every shadow of his other life. To the world, they were a quiet couple. To Hill, the man he loved had become a ghost long before he ever entered prison. As time went on, documentaries and books revisited the case, often framing it within the broader landscape of American serial crime. But none of these portrayals ever fully captured the unease Kearney represented. He was not the archetype of the deranged killer, not the wild-eyed madman or the charming manipulator. He was, instead, the embodiment of ordinary evil. Calm, clean, intelligent, and completely detached. His crimes did not erupt from chaos. They unfolded in silence under fluorescent light, with surgical precision. By the 1990s, Kearney was serving multiple life sentences in California's Mule Creek State Prison. Reports from that period described him as reclusive but compliant, a man who had accepted the monotony of incarceration as easily as he once accepted his freedom. He rarely spoke about his past. When pressed by journalists, he offered clipped, unemotional answers, fragments of thought that revealed little. In one rare interview, when asked whether he believed he deserved forgiveness, Kearney simply replied, "I don't think about things like that." It was neither defiance nor regret. It was apathy, distilled to its coldest form. For many psychologists, that single statement defined Patrick Kearney better than any confession or case file ever could. It showed that his true legacy was not just in the lives he took, but in what he represented, the terrifying possibility that some people feel nothing at all. His story continues to be studied not for its sensationalism, but for its insight into human darkness. He is a reminder that not all killers act from rage, and not all evil announces itself loudly. Some move quietly, unnoticed, until the silence itself becomes the scream. Chapter 15: Dark Reflections. Time has a way of softening the edges of even the darkest histories. But in the case of Patrick Wayne Kearney, the edges never truly dulled. They lingered, sharp, clinical, and unsettling, like the echo of a whisper that refuses to fade. Decades after his conviction, the world had changed around him. The highways where he once hunted were now patrolled, mapped, and lined with cameras. The neighborhoods he had lived in were unrecognizable, filled with new faces and new fears. But deep within the California correctional system, one of the state's most efficient killers still drew breath, quietly living out his days in a cell that had become both his punishment and his refuge. By the early 2000s, few people still remembered the name Patrick Kearney outside of criminology circles or true crime enthusiasts. His crimes belonged to another era, the 1970s, a time when the term serial killer was only beginning to enter public consciousness. Yet, For investigators and psychologists who studied the evolution of serial murder in America, Kearney remained a figure of peculiar fascination. His killings were not born from chaos or flamboyant sadism. There were no tortured manifestos, no taunting letters, no grand gestures of violence. His murders were systematic, emotionless, and chillingly precise. An anatomy of control inside Mule Creek State Prison, where he was serving his multiple life sentences, Kearney aged quietly. The man who had once prowled the sun-scorched highways of Southern California now moved slowly under the fluorescent lights of institutional corridors. Fellow inmates described him as invisible, a man who kept to himself and followed every rule. He was never involved in conflicts, rarely spoke, and spent most of his time reading or sitting silently in his cell. His demeanor remained as mild as it had always been, polite, neat, and disarmingly ordinary. For guards who knew his history, that ordinariness was the most unsettling thing about him. When prison psychiatrists occasionally visited him, he was cooperative but guarded. He never refused to speak, but his answers remained detached, as if he were discussing another person's life. It happened, he once told a prison counselor, and I'm still here. He didn't speak of remorse or guilt or the suffering of his victims. In fact, he spoke very little about feelings at all. For Kearney, emotions seemed to be abstractions, ideas that applied to others, not to himself. Psychologists later wrote that his emotional range was flat, marked by what they termed affective constriction, a complete inability to connect his actions to emotional consequence. For decades, experts debated what made Patrick Kearney who he was. Was it nature, a brain wired differently, devoid of empathy from birth? Or was it nurture, years of ridicule, alienation, and internal conflict shaping a mind into one that sought control above all else? His early life provided clues but never clarity. The shy boy bullied in Texas classrooms, humiliated for his frailty, might have grown into a man desperate to reverse his own powerlessness. Yet the precision and calmness of his crimes suggested something deeper, an innate coldness, perhaps neurological in nature, that predated the Hurt.in interviews and profiles over the years. Criminologists often placed Kearney in the same psychological category as organized serial killers like Ted Bundy or Dennis Rader. But where Bundy charmed and Rader taunted, Kearney vanished into silence. He did not need recognition. In fact, he avoided it. He found satisfaction not in infamy, but in the act of control itself. To him, each killing was a ritual of invisibility, the removal of a life, the erasure of evidence, the cleansing of space. His calm precision reflected a man obsessed with order, even in murder. This obsession extended to his life behind bars. His cell was kept immaculate, everything folded, arranged, and aligned. Books were organized alphabetically, clothes meticulously folded, shoes perfectly parallel. Guards who conducted inspections noted that his cell was surgically clean, a reflection, perhaps, of the same mind that once dismembered and disposed with clinical detachment. For Kearney, control was everything. In prison, stripped of freedom, that control found new outlets in routine and precision. Yet, even in isolation, he was never entirely forgotten. From time to time, journalists would send letters seeking interviews, hoping to uncover some flicker of humanity or insight from the man known as the trash bag killer. Most received no reply. On rare occasions, he responded brief, handwritten notes that revealed little. In one of his letters, now preserved in a university archive, he wrote, "People always want to understand what cannot be understood. I didn't do what I did to be understood. I did what I did because it was possible. That single sentence became the subject of numerous psychological analyses. To some, it reflected a nihilistic worldview, the belief that life, and by extension death, held no intrinsic value. To others, it revealed a chilling simplicity, that Kearney's crimes were not the product of a grand pathology but of a profound absence, a void where empathy should have been. He wasn't driven by ideology, rage, or even sexual dominance. He killed because he could, because it was within his capacity, and because it satisfied a mechanical impulse toward control and disposal that as the years went on, students of criminal psychology used his case to explore the limits of empathy and moral reasoning. They studied how someone could navigate the world, build relationships, maintain employment, and show kindness, all while harboring a compartment of the mind dedicated entirely to annihilation. Kearney's life became a paradox, a lesson in how evil does not always roar. Sometimes, it whispers. In the early 2010s, a small group of true crime researchers gained permission to examine his archived confessions and correspondence. What they found was unsettlingly consistent, not the ramblings of a madman, but the reflections of a man utterly devoid of moral turbulence. His writings were methodical, descriptive, and pragmatic. He did not dwell on emotions. Instead, he discussed logistics, processes, and memories with the same tone one might use to describe a job or a hobby. It was this lack of emotional resonance that continued to fascinate and horrify scholars. One of them later wrote, "Kearney teaches us that evil is not always chaos. Sometimes it is precision." Beyond academia, however, the emotional toll of his legacy persisted among those who had lost someone to his violence. Many of the families of the victims had grown old without ever finding all the remains of their loved ones. Some had moved on, others never did. They spoke occasionally to documentarians, often with the same weary disbelief that the man who had destroyed so many lives had spent his final decades in quiet comfort behind prison walls. One mother once said, "He took everything from us, and the world forgot his name. Maybe that's the only justice we get, that he's no longer remembered." And yet, even as public memory faded, the story of Patrick Kearney remained embedded in the darker corners of California's history. His crimes changed how police handled missing persons reports, especially those involving young men. They reshaped how investigators linked transient disappearances across jurisdictions. And they left a lingering truth in the cultural consciousness, that evil, when stripped of noise and chaos, can be far more terrifying in its silence. In the stillness of his later years, Patrick Wayne Kearney became almost mythological within the walls of Mule Creek State Prison. Inmates came and went, guards retired and were replaced, but Kearney remained, a quiet, gray-haired constant. Decades had blurred the edges of his face, softening the once youthful features that had deceived so many. To those unfamiliar with his past, he could have been mistaken for a retired teacher or an aging accountant. Yet beneath the calm, unremarkable exterior, the same mind endured, the mind of a man who had once turned human life into a mechanical equation of disposal and control as time progressed. His name appeared occasionally in dusty archives or academic journals, usually as a case study under the sterile banner of organized lust murderers or clinical psychopathy. For a new generation of criminologists, Kearney represented a bridge between eras, a remnant of that strange decade when America first realized it was living among serial killers. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Bundy, Gacy, or Dahmer, he lacked theatricality. There were no photographs of grinning faces, no sensational courtroom dramas. His crimes existed in police files, not headlines. Yet to those who studied him closely, Kearney's simplicity was far more terrifying. Psychiatric evaluations conducted throughout his imprisonment painted a picture of a man utterly devoid of delusion. He did not believe he was chosen, cursed, or compelled by voices. His motives were not cloaked in ideology or mysticism. When asked why he had done what he did, his response remained unerringly consistent over the decades. Because I wanted to, and because I could. There was no pleasure in the statement, nor shame. Just fact, cold, flat, and final. By the 2010s, documentaries and podcasts began revisiting the era of the 1970s serial killers. Kearney's name resurfaced briefly, often overshadowed by more infamous figures. But for the few who dared to delve into the details of his case, the fascination returned. What kind of man kills 30 or more people not in a frenzy, but with calm precision? What kind of person dismembers with care, not chaos? His crimes, revisited through modern psychological frameworks, revealed a chilling intersection between logic and depravity. A criminologist from UCLA once remarked, Patrick Kearney was not driven by madness, he was driven by efficiency. This observation captured the essence of his darkness. His method was surgical, his planning meticulous. He selected victims who could vanish without immediate notice, young drifters, hitchhikers, and men living on the edges of society. He killed swiftly, dismembered methodically, and disposed of remains with the quiet expertise of a man removing waste from a system. To him, the act of killing was not chaotic, it was maintenance. When he reflected upon his past in rare written correspondence, his tone remained distant. I don't think of it as cruelty, he once wrote to a student researching criminal psychology. Cruelty implies an emotional investment. I wasn't emotional. The words struck readers with their stark honesty. There was no poetic madness, no attempt to justify or glorify, just emptiness disguised as understanding. The student later described the letter as the most chilling piece of writing I've ever received, not because of what it said, but because of how little it said. Kearney's silence over the years created its own mythology. Prison officials described him as a model inmate, polite, quiet, punctual. He worked in the laundry room for years, following routines with the same precision that had once governed his crimes. He never sought attention or special privileges. He never complained. When asked if he had found religion or remorse, he replied, "Neither. I found acceptance." That word, acceptance, troubled those who studied him. To most, acceptance implies peace. But for Kearney, it seemed more like resignation. A man aware of his nature, no longer resisting it, but neither celebrating it. He accepted himself as one might accept the weather. Indifferent, unchangeable, inevitable. This psychological stillness fascinated scholars. It suggested not rehabilitation, but stasis. A man frozen in the same moral vacuum that had guided his hand decades earlier. Outside the prison, families of his victims grew old. Many had stopped speaking publicly about the case. For them, Kearney's survival was an open wound, proof that justice could never truly balance the scales. Some of the victims' remains were never recovered. Others were identified only by fragments and dental records. The California desert had swallowed their stories, leaving families with questions that would never be answered. In one rare television interview from the late 1990s, a former investigator named John St. John, one of the detectives who had worked on the case, reflected on Kearney's nature. "He wasn't like the others," St. John said. "He didn't want fame. He didn't want to be chased. He just wanted to be done. He confessed because he was tired, not guilty. The words hung in the air like a verdict more haunting than any courtroom sentence. In the years that followed, criminologists continued to revisit his case, not for its gore, but for its quiet precision. Some compared him to other clinical killers, those whose emotional detachment bordered on mechanical. Yet even among them, Kearney remained distinct. His intelligence, coupled with an almost obsessive neatness, created a profile that seemed more machine than man. One FBI profiler later summarized him as the embodiment of predatory order. Behind prison walls, the man himself continued to age into near obscurity. Rumors circulated about his failing health, about the quiet routine of a man who had once thrived on routine's darker twin, control. Some claimed he kept a small notebook filled with quotes, not from philosophers or religious texts, but from manuals, engineering, aviation, maintenance. Even his reading habits suggested a fascination with systems, precision, and structure. Occasionally, documentaries speculated on what might have become of him had he not turned to murder. Some said he could have been an engineer, a surgeon, a scientist. His mind was built for accuracy, his hands for careful work. Yet, stripped of empathy, those same traits had transformed into tools of horror. It was a chilling reminder of how fine the line is between intellect and evil, how the same qualities that build can also destroy, depending on what lies at their core. As he moved into his final years, few noticed when he stopped responding to letters altogether. His silence became complete, his presence reduced to a name on an inmate roster. For most of the world, he was already gone. But for those who studied the psychology of murder, Patrick Kearney remained a lesson written in blood and precision, a symbol of how evil can hide behind calm faces and clean hands. In the end, there were no grand revelations, no deathbed confessions. When word finally spread that he had died quietly in his cell, there were no headlines, no national mourning, no sensational retrospectives. His death was recorded in an institutional logbook, a single line among hundreds. The world had long since moved on, leaving behind only the traces of the lives he had erased.